Illuminati. The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller. Not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
What is up, everybody? This is Silver Spook, and this is the Silver Spook live stream. What is happening, anti-American? Oh shit! Hold on one second. Anyways, hope everybody is doing as well as can be managed under the current circumstances, as always. I hope you're pandemic okay, as they say. Ooh, wait, give me a second here. Yes. Anyways, how's it going, AM? Yeah. So let me just double check. Yeah, my green screen's a little bit. I just gotta fix my camera a little bit. Anyways, those are the trillions of dollars printed for the richest by the Fed. The Reaver. Oh, are you the Reaver? The Reaver, I know, is one of the Patreon patrons. So if you are, thanks a lot for your continued support of Silver Spook Games. Anyways, okay, there you go. So anyways, what is happening today? What is happening today, if you're doing all right, is the well, before I forget, I should do this quick shout out to myself. I mean, it's not myself, it's a shout out to all the people that are going to be streaming with me tomorrow. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time, I will be streaming a discussion, which I'm very excited for, with 4 different creators, Black, Indigenous, and people of color creators from around the planet, including Megan Byrne. Yeah, so this is going to be called the Indigenous Futures stream, which I'm like super excited for. So this is some, well, obviously in the top right, that's Wakanda from Black Panther, which is an indigenous future. The people of Africa are indigenous peoples. I don't know if I'm gonna bring that up more often, but and also the peoples of Asia and Vietnam. These are also the indigenous peoples. But that's Wakanda. Top left is Megan Burns. One of the concept art from Megan Burns, who is an indigenous person from so-called Ontario in Canada, called Hill Agency, which is a game that is currently in development. The bottom right is Santo Overo Ojeda, who is indigenous person from Paraguay, currently in, I believe, so-called Canada, working on, created 1870 Cyberpunk Forever, which is like possibly the best Cyberpunk game ever created. The most important, it's one of the most important Cyberpunk games ever created, even though it only takes 20 minutes and it's free. But that's a new game that's about Guarani, which is an indigenous people from that area, right next door to Bolivia. Guarani mechas and indigenous autonomous technology created in a world in which it's decolonized, and they're using this indigenous technology. So Similar to Wakanda, actually, right? It's, again, indigenous vibranium and the vibrating suits, the ultra fast trains that use vibranium. These are all indigenous African produced technologies. It's an indigenous future, right? And in the bottom left is a screenshot from Neofeud 2. And it's also a kind of it's a visualization of an indigenous future Hawaii, which is where I'm from. And so, which I often talk about on these streams, where Hawaii was more technologically advanced than any Western power, including the United States. Hawaii had an electric capital, electricity, electric lights in its capital before the United States. So this is actually really what indigenous people have always done when they're not being hindered by Western barbarism. So anyway, so we're going to be talking about indigenous futures tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time, with all these creators. And you should definitely go follow all these people at Megan Byrne. I had a discussion with Megan last year around this time. Yeah, Megan at Byrne _ Megan of Achimo Games. Babby Goth is at Babby Goth is a singular Santo. This is all indigenous, like Paraguayan inspired art and stories and such. And then also Dread Conquest. Oh, our friend Conquest of Dread will also be there. If you are somebody on YouTube and you're tend towards the opposite of the right edge of the political spectrum, you might have heard of Conquest of Dread, particularly if you follow my streams. Conquest of Dread is part Maori, which is the indigenous people of New Zealand, or what the Western Empire calls so-called New Zealand, and which is called Aotearoa by the indigenous Maori people, whose land they are still being invaded by, and still being ghettoized by, and still being impoverished by, kind of like Native Hawaiians, who are being impoverished by the United States Empire. Anyways, but not for much longer, thankfully. So anyway, so Conquest of Dread is going to be there as well. We also have SVBXR or Save SVBXR, Saber's Twitter handle. Saber is Saber obviously has Cowboy Bebop, which is like, why don't you have Cowboy Bebop in your avatar, in your banner, in your Twitter? You're doing the internet wrong. Anyway, Saber is Afrofuturist YouTuber, and I was on a stream with Non-Compete American Johnson about several months ago with Saber, and Saber also came into the birthday stream on Twitch, and Saber does a lot of very good and important work, including, you should definitely watch this video on the deep history, Walter Rodney, and the underdevelopment of Africa. This is like one of the best videos on YouTube. You should definitely go watch that after this stream. Yeah, so definitely check out Saber's work. So yeah, it's North South America in the Western name. It's people from Africa and 2 different Pacific Islanders. Next time I want to get some of the Asian indigenous people, because there's indigenous people all over Asia as well. And that's part of the project, is expanding what we understand it to mean. It's not just the Indians, like in the sense of the Native Americans, which they all have their own names. There are indigenous people. There's more indigenous people on Earth than there are imperial people. It's another thing that's often forgotten. There's actually 7 times or 8 times more indigenous people on Earth than there are settler colonizer peoples, actually. So this stream today is about, it's kind of like a preamble to tomorrow, really, where I'm just gonna be kind of talking about that. That's one of the topics I'm gonna discuss is as I think, what did I say? The descent of empire and an indigenous future. So, and I've been talking about this a lot more and more, but I mean, it needs to be reiterated. I was just on a stream on American Johnson, Non-Compete's channel this Thursday. You should watch that one as well. And, Non-Compete is a good comrade, assisting in the decolonization and the destruction of all empire on Earth, from the beautiful indigenous country of Vietnam, which has its own indigenous people there. more than one, and the ones and living in peaceful coexistence, which is a thing that's kind of like a bigger part of what's the difference between indigenous is not just like people dancing in a Western version of Western theme park version of like actual Lakota culture. You're like, oh yeah, that's not indigeneity. Is not just like being retro or some fictional version of the American Indian. Some guy saying how that's not indigenous. Indigeneity is cultures which have persisted for thousands of years, and many of whom, the majority of whom I would argue, have existed in peaceful coexistence in mutual aid, in actual socialism, the actual what the word socialism, anarchism attempt to describe from Western imperial powers. Indigenous people were practicing this for thousands of years across the world, in every continent. Some of and some of them very technologically advanced in a variety of ways, and not simply technologically advanced in the sense of having very advanced methods of GPS and compass-free navigation. Although that is an important technology, that was one of the innovations of the Pacifica, or what is called by the colonizers Polynesians, Melanesians, and Micronesians, and the Native Hawaiians, of which I am one. But that's an important technology. You can go watch a little bit of that Disney-fied for the commodification of billionaire Western imperialist profit. That's called a movie called Moana. And it's more than simply very sustainable ecological methods of maintaining biodiversity, land, soil, air quality, and water health by living in a coexistence and with deep, incredibly intricate knowledge of the medicinal, nutritional, and a plethora of other uses of flora and fauna and nature, or Gaia, or Papa and Wakea, as we call it in Hawaii, or Pakamama or Pachamama in some indigenous cultures. It's not just understanding of nature and plants and trees, animals, and how to maintain, and although indigenous people do maintain, and literally by Western imperial scientists' own admission are the only thing capable of maintaining biodiversity, is particularly in the Amazon, where the lines of incinerated lungs of the earth, the fissures, the line of cancerous lesion consumption of the Amazon is exactly the line in which indigenous people have allowed control of their land, particularly in the Amazon. Right? We're going to be talking to somebody who is from that area in South America of the world tomorrow. So we're going to hear about that and how ongoing encroaching Western imperial big agro-business shows up, murders those people who are trying to preserve the only true way to really ultimately preserve by Western science's own acknowledgement is by preserving indigenous cultures, because there is no possible way under their current systems, their Western democratic liberal capitalism, which is failing. There's no way to preserve the habitability of Earth. Anyway, but indigeneity is not just that. It's much deeper and greater than that, and it's expressed in a variety of ways. It is in subaquatic vehicles invented by Native Hawaiians before, as I often bring up, as Jules Verne was just dreaming of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and voyages with giant squid, in submersible vehicles. Hawaiians already had invented some subaquatic vehicles. Indigenous people, Vietnam is an indigenous people that are providing healthcare, housing, have 60 times less malnutrition deaths than the so-called greatest nation on earth, and have solved countless social problems, have zero risk of actual fascism, have no police murder. They are living and resisting against multiple empires, and have resisted and continue to resist against propaganda, information, hybrid war, cyber war. That's an indigenous people that are kicking the butt of the so-called greatest Western empire in the world. That's indigenous peoples. The peoples of Africa that are disproportionately doing, Senegal with number 2 out of 36 countries, with America number 35, Britain number 34, all the Western empires at the back of the Senegal is an indigenous country that is doing much better in COVID-19 pandemic management than much richer so-called great powers. And there's a lot of other countries around the world that we can't even talk about because Western imperial propaganda is so strong. And Western imperial propaganda in particular is so strong. We can't even talk about them. But there are indigenous peoples with more advanced. There are indigenous people that have more advanced technology than the greatest so-called imperial powers. And we can't even talk about them because you can literally get your entire existence wiped off of Western platforms. So we won't talk about it too much. But we will talk about it in the context of what the younger races are capable of dealing with, as we can manage. Good news is one day, if there is any human race and any races and any life left, it will be indigenous life. You know, there's that quote from Aliens. You know, I love some of these imperial movies, but you know, there's that quote. You know, it's a rock, no indigenous life. That's a quote when the Weyland-Yutani executives describe laughingly and dismissively brush off Ellen Ripley's description of the LV-426 planet, right, in Aliens. They say it's a rock, it's no indigenous life. They love to say this, you know. It's America, it's no indigenous, it's a rock, there's no indigenous life. Hawaii, there's nobody there. Whoever was there, they're gone now. You know, there's Asia, there's just a bunch of yellow, you know, I don't know, there's some kind of monkeys there. There's nothing there. The truth is, there's more there in the indigenous world than there is in the Western world, than there is in the imperial world, and all their allies. They're sick and corrupted allies. There is more indigeneity in the world than there is imperial and settler colonial world. And the indigenous powers are rising. So, you know, you need to it's for the better, not to take over the world, right? The difference between an indigenous people, the main difference between an indigenous people and a colonizer people, an imperial people, a settler people, the main difference is the indigenous people live in harmony, right? In mutual aid, in mutual coexistence, right? In kuleana, as I always say in Hawaii. Responsibility to each other, to the land. In pono, in justice and righteousness, as we say in Hawaii. In ho'oponopono, to make right. In aloha aina, which is just a deeper respect and love of the land as mother, and from that value, those values flow. That's how we interpret these things. But this is a universal, really, across the human race. The OG actual anarchists that have practiced it for entire civilizations that have outlasted the United States. The United States is like a blink of an eye. All of Western Europe is a snap of the fingers compared to the number of people who have lived, loved, nurtured, mutually aided, and died in, and were buried in actual indigenous coexistent society, peaceful society. That's the majority of human civilization. It is the fluke. It's a kind of a sad, very brief nightmare of the last 200 years of the colonial era. And so the difference between indigenous people and a colonial people at heart is the imperial people, the colonial people, do not coexist. They do not mutually aid. They create asymmetry and they exploit. They imperialize. They take over. That's the real difference between them. That's why I often kind of describe it as imperial. An imperial people. And you can have aspects of this come up in any part of the world. It's not necessarily people who have low millennium accounts specifically. But it's that tendency in that cultural norm, and particularly when it becomes a dominant feature of a people, a society, a dominant cultural value of imperial, a system. Sometimes it's described as hierarchical, obviously patriarchy. You have capitalism, imperialism, patriarchy, racism, racialized capitalism, slavery, feudalism, to a large extent, heteronormativity, ableism, all these things, right? And these things exist, and they crop up everywhere across society. Like if you get a slight cut, it might get affected briefly, but if you put a band-aid on it and heal it, it can go away. Like any place and any part of the world, human beings are human beings, whether in 20,000 BC and 2100 AD. But and people have imperfections, but But allowing a cut to fester until your entire arm and body is infected, or you get stage 4 cancer, that's an empire. Is what? Okay, now what used to be a healthy body is deeply infected to a point where the dominant values of the society are not coexistence, are not mutual aid and mutual coexistence. Now the dominant values that propagate through the society are conquering, are universal exploitation as opposed to universal mutual aid, right? With little eruptions of slight attempts at incursion that get quickly in Hawaii we call it ho'oponopono. You make it right before inequalities and hatreds and differences and hierarchies get too out of control, where that becomes the dominant feature, right? Like that's the Roman, and that's a lot of the empire. So to me that's the main. That's not going to be universal. Many different indigenous people and different people around the world will have different interpretations, but that's my kind of interpretation of what is indigeneity compared to what is imperial people or colonizer people. And the thing is, and there's internal colonization, there's internal deeply structured hierarchies, and these are not uniform across. This is always a spectrum. People, like as a native Hawaiian, like I always bring up, I'm half stormtrooper because I was raised in an imperial school that costs $20,000 a year. To go there, it costs probably your entire salary a year, or twice your salary if you're a Gen Z starving college professor, limping around trying to, survive in your, collapsing Toyonde or your Toyota that's 10 years old and you can't afford to fix it, living in your car, which is what? Guess what? Huge percentages of U.S. college professors are. So if you are somebody, and I lived in my car as well, which is part of the imperial experience, even internally. I always have that, but again, it's not, I don't see these things as, when you learn exactly 7,000 words that can speak fluently in Hawaiian or in Anishinaabe, then you are indigenous, and then there's a binary switch that gets flipped, and now I think that everybody is unfortunately, because of the imperial history, somewhere on a spectrum, kind of like the way that the Vietnamese identify what is socialism is. It's a direction on a path between extreme exploitation and hierarchy, or what I would call extreme imperialism, and obviously capitalism as the economic kind of basis, the latest dominant method and vector of oppression from capitalism towards socialism. And similarly, I think that we're all somewhere in between. There's no part of the planet that has not been touched, no doubt, by imperialism. And there are reactionary elements definitely in my own family as Native Hawaiians. My parents don't even believe that they're Native Hawaiian. They believe they're American, right? And so this is not such a simple thing. But to me, that's kind of like at heart what identifies an indigenous people. And again, the peoples of different parts of the world, indigeneity is not just like, it's Native Americans and then maybe some South American. No, it's like the native peoples of Vietnam. Are they the people that have been living in Vietnam? Have they been not going around, I don't know, bombing the Middle East? Have they not been going around attacking and destroying and crushing people all around the world? Obviously there's not zero violence, right? And so there are imperial aspects everywhere, even there. Which they understand and they admit, and they have to root that actively out, of their culture, and out of their economics, out of their society, out of their home, out of their family, every part of society. This is one of the mistakes I bring up. Capitalism is a huge problem, but focusing solely on the capitalism, you miss all the other parts of society. It's like saying, oh my goodness, I have skin cancer. That's terrible. We have to remove the skin cancer, right? But then you have a metastasized cancer. America has skin cancer, lymphoma. It has like stage 4 leukemia. It has hip cancer. It has breast cancer. It has brain cancer, like especially brain cancer. And not the 5G is a COVID conspiracy. The cancer is the fact that half of America believes that it's a 5G COVID conspiracy beamed down from Nazi Chinese moon satellites into the good hardworking brains of Americans. That's the cancer. But going like the only problem is capitalism. It is a huge problem. It is, definitely. It's one of the major problems. But it's going, what we have to do? Let's just cut all the skin cancer out and then we'll be okay. And let's just only focus on that. No, you have to focus on all of the cancers all at the same time. the racism, the colonialism. In some respects, the colonialism is, it's at least equal to the economic, the ableism, the patriarchy, the LGBTQ plus. I mean, because these things, each one of these cancers can reinfect the rest. Each one of these, right? These are imperial ways of vectors of oppressing to, again, what? To not coexist, to exploit. And if you leave any one of these in place, it's like leaving your cancer around. We'll cut out half of it. Let's leave half of the infected liver cancers, because I mean, I'm sure nothing bad will happen, let's just leave it in there. It's kind of like going, what we should do? Let's shut down like half of the United States. Let's have half of the people wear masks. I'm sure that will deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, which is what Canada is doing, which is what the United States is doing, which is what the entire West is doing. You can see a map of you want to see a map of the imperial countries? Let's look at a map of the imperial countries. It's called the COVID-19 graph. And again, it's a spectrum. It's not like one country is 100% imperial and one country is 100% functioning in like with deep indigenous values. No, it's a spectrum, but you can see like large trends, right? Let's see if I can get the global map. Let's see. Where the hell is it? Okay, I'm trying to find the map. Yeah, can I expand this whole map? Yeah, I want to expand this whole map. Now I want to see the world, please. Yeah, so you want to see the coronavirus map? This is what it is. You see the United States. You know what the United States has? It has 4% of the world's population, 20-30% of the cases of COVID-19. You know what the United States has? It's 4% of the world's population, 30% of the prison population. You know what else it has? The biggest military in the world. Currently 800 military bases in almost every country on earth. And Silver Spook, I like to argue, like I'm not nowhere near as based. People say Silver Spook is ultra based, the most based person on the planet. I'm not even as close to as based as the United States in military bases. They have a lot more base than me. But anyways, but yeah, no, you have the United States, you got Brazil, close ally. In its leadership, its fascist leadership, very closely modeling U.S.'s system. UK, another deeply imperial country. You got most of the Western Europe and a lot of Europe. Well, just Europe generally, right? You got, and which one is in Africa? So look, actually, a lot of Africa is actually doing pretty good relative to the U.S. And its imperial allies. They're actually doing pretty good. Like, look at again, like you got Ghana, Mali, you've got Namibia. They're all doing pretty well, actually. Which one is doing the worst in Africa? South Africa. You know who's from South Africa? Elon Musk. You know what's in South Africa? Apartheid. You know what's in South Africa? A lot of Western imperialists who showed up, started diamond, emerald, gold mines, exploiting and oppressive masses of the black people, and then killing them when they didn't want to work for the lowest wage possible, as close to slavery as possible. And that's South Africa. I don't think it's a coincidence that South Africa has one of the biggest COVID-19 outbreaks in Africa. Which again, these in Africa alone, the population of Africa is over 1 billion people. There are 3 Americas worth of people. There are more people in Africa alone, not counting the African diaspora. There are more indigenous people in Africa than there are white people in the world. There are more indigenous people in South America alone. In South and Central America alone, you add those up, there's more indigenous people there than in America. You go to Asia, you go to China. There's 4 times as much indigenous people in China than there are in all of the United States, and there's 1.5 times as many as there are European colonizers in the world in just one country. In India, it's a similar story. So ultimately, yeah. So I mean, like so at the end of the day, and obviously, like, this is not like a pure 1-to-1. Like, there's going to be elements of reactionary elements, particularly where imperial culture has come, like the United States, like Britain, and taken root in any of these other places. And you have elements of, particularly, you go to the Southeast. I don't think it's a coincidence that some of the greatest inequalities are in places like Shanghai, where the United States and the UK were present in the opiate wars, hugely colonizing, impoverishing, just taking people. When they say the word Shanghai, you got Shanghai drugged up, dumped on a ship, and moved to somewhere else to be a slave or to be utilized. That was what the Roosevelts made their fortune. The United States presidents, some of whom are lauded in their own leftist history, they made their fortunes going to indigenous peoples. You know, I mean, well, you know, the first to colonize went to the indigenous peoples of Africa, stole them and put them and killed the indigenous peoples of North America, and made the indigenous Africans build the entirety of the wealth of most of America, and then on the east coast of America, and then the indigenous Chinese were stolen later by the Roosevelts, right, and other colonizers, and brought to build the west coast of the United States and of Canada. The railroads in particular, but also the cities, infrastructure, you name it. They also were brought to Hawaii, where the United States performed one of its earliest, most famous coups, which were rolled out to Central South America and the rest of the world. And then ultimately itself in January 6, 2021, of the illegal annexation, and, you know, it's just a crime. It's just stealing our country. It's just a coup. In Hawaii, and they brought Chinese as well to Hawaii to work for terrible wages in the sugar plantations and in the pineapple fields. So anyway, this history is history, and you can see the history. You can see the history in this map. You can see it in the map. In biggest empires and the peoples that are most existing in coexistence with each other and with nature are the ones that have the, you know, smallest dot. Not 1-to-1, but I mean disproportionately so. You know, it's not 1-to-1 because obviously, like New Zealand, while it had a very low count, and part of it is they're very isolated, and their winter was at an off time, which is part of it, and part of it was just the leadership at the time, and also they have a lot smaller. It's only 4 million people. But another fact, but in New Zealand, they also have huge inequality. The indigenous Maori people are ghettoized and oppressed terribly, vastly overrepresented in prisons. It's a very deep racism. They had somebody with a moko, Maori facial tattoo, got into office, and there was a huge outcry saying that's unprofessional. That looks like we're sending barbarians out to be a diplomat for New Zealand. So there's huge outcry. So New Zealand, it's not like this is like if you have a lot of COVID cases, you're an empire. No, not necessarily. But but overall, again, right? This is just like a tendency. Overall, it gives you a good indication. Anyways, so that's that. Let me look at the chat real fast. But yeah, so definitely the main thing, if you don't take anything else, is definitely go follow all those people I just put up on the screen, and I will be streaming tomorrow with those folks. Let's see. Anti-American says basically been exposing the progressives like AOC Squad, Bernie, and progressive media. The what's that? Yeah, we're not really what we're talking about. Yeah. Sometimes broken clocks are right. You know, sometimes individuals say things and then they say other things. Some of these people say things that are right and then they say things that are wrong. The fact that a washed up comedian is doing a lot of saying some true things is, I mean, it's more indicative of the vacuum of truth in an empire of lies that is the United States. That's thankfully dying. Lisa White, come save us from California. I bring up one day, if there are any Americans left, as I said on the American Justice stream on Thursday, and I've said it before, if there are any Americans that survive the collapsing United States, its fascism, its 434,000 or 400, almost 40,000 deaths for COVID-19 that will not abate, with catastrophic failure to even roll out the vaccines after a catastrophic year of failure to deal with the pandemic. If you're not dead from COVID-19, if you're not dead from starvation, 60 times more malnutrition deaths in Vietnam, if you're not dead from homelessness, suicide, which is on the rise, depression, which leads to that other thing, deaths of despair as described by the Atlantic Council, the far left of the Cuban leftist party, the Atlantic, and the Washington Post, which admit that there is a massive reversal in life expectancy and all quality of life in the United States. If you survive the United States, and then potentially, hopefully not, but I mean, it may be a case, the civil war that may come in the United States, and even if you don't get a civil war, the massive gun death, violence, attacks, hopefully not nuclear attacks, balkanization of your military and police. The Trump and QAnon is not gone. If you survive the United States, if you survive the Vietnamese, possibly the other 1.4 billion person country, and other indigenous people around the world against empire, and possibly the Hawaiians. I mean, we don't have a huge population here, but I mean, we will be sure to send you aid too. We will, the Vietnamese at best, I'm sure, and the Cubans will come and save the last 10 million Americans that haven't died from all these cases, building you the hospitals, giving you free healthcare, giving you free education, building you schools, building your water supplies that are not full of lead, copper, and arsenic, killing you. The Vietnamese will come in and relay copper pipe and sewer mains and water mains so that people don't die from cholera and typhus, which they're dying by the thousand every day in the United States. That just completely goes under the radar. Opioid deaths spiking this year. If you survive the United States, this is why you really need to be paying attention to what indigenous people around the world are doing, because that is the future. When I say like Western descent, indigenous future, what I mean is there will not be a Western world soon. There will not be an imperial world soon. If there is a world, if all of my alphabet soup friends who I had the unfortunate displeasure of going to school with at the $20,000 a year private Harvard, Yale, and Princeton Ivy League feeder school, if they do not in their increasingly incompetent but still too competent attempts to sell another 70 or 800 billion dollars worth of Lockheed Martin missiles, Raytheon tanks, Boeing F-35s, the ones that don't crash usually, and if they in their attempts they don't accidentally cause escalating conflicts, because it will be the United States and its allies, and Australia in particular, that will be doing this, in particularly the South China Sea, in the Middle East, and other places. If they don't cause nuclear war and everyone literally dies because of 10,000 times the capacity to blanket the world in a years of nuclear winter and extinction of virtually all organized life and possibly all life on Earth, if the United States and its imperial allies and the empire types and the Western empires do not destroy the world, it will be an indigenous world. It will not be an imperial world. That's even the climate scientists of the West acknowledge this in just one way, in the sense that the Amazon alone, that's just one facet in which it has to be. It will be a civilization of people and civilizations of people around the world from every continent that will coexist in peace. It will be that, or there won't be a future. So it is in your interest, American settler, colonizer, if you are one, to actively support the indigenous peoples around the world, and it's particularly where you are. So if you're standing on Algonquin land, look into that. If you're standing on Anishinaabe territory, look into this. If you're standing on Haida territory, look into this. Because it is not only in the interest of the legitimately aggrieved and in the process of decolonizing indigenous peoples of what calls itself the United States, the settler colony of the United States. And let's be clear, the United States is only 250 years. The United States is a blink of the eye. The United States is like 3 lifetimes old. Indigenous people think 7 generations back and 7 generations forward. This is just a momentary nightmare in our view. Which is another thing, right? We have to think we have to be in coexistence and in mutual respect and in mutual aid and in mutual peace with other people, the land, but also people before and after us, right? Which is a thing that Americans don't think past this week, this quarter, like this 5-minute tweet. How is this particular? How many followers am I getting right now? How many millions of dollars am I gonna make this quarter? What is the return on investment of this particular stock trade? Right? It's kind of why Wall Street's exploding. It's like, how do we preserve. You know, how do I make money? And once the thing blows up, I'm gonna bail out and I'm gonna be in a golden parachute, sipping martinis on one of my 75 yachts off the coast of the Cayman Islands, or wherever I keep my, you know, old dead white dudes paintings like Da Vinci or Rembrandt. You know, like, you know, there's no thought of what's going to happen next year, let alone next 10 years or next 50 years. There is no capacity. That's part of the problem. That's why, in particular, the latest, most virulent pustule cyst, which is capitalism, is exploding. It's just the latest iteration, and particularly neo-feudal, as I've described, neo-feudal post-capitalism, which Yanis Varoufakis talks about all the time. It's just it's the latest, most virulent. It's the malignant melanoma blister underneath a deep stage 4 metastasized cancer-ridden body, you know, and it's the most obvious one that you can see. You can see it happening in the Wall Street bets fight between them and the hedge funds. But even before that, it's much deeper. We've had this corruption for the last 10 years. Oh, well, actually, maybe it's been 20. Maybe it's been 40. Maybe it's all of neoliberalism. Oh, my goodness. Wait, maybe it's all of capitalism. Maybe it's hundreds of years of that. Oh, wow. Maybe it's like racialized capitalism, which is slavery. Oh, wow. Maybe it goes deep. You know, you have to really dig to the root of this. You know, you can't leave a dark, rotten core of tumor when you get rid of this. That's the problem with a lot of what kind of is this. Not that there's a problem with just attacking capitalism. It has to absolutely be attacked, right? It is very virulent. It's causing a lot of problems. But it's like we can't. It has to be in concert, in simultaneous, multi-pronged attack on all of the systems of oppression simultaneously, right? And imperialism is just one of the highest. So, but yeah, I mean, that's like what you're witnessing right now, you know, in the United States. And there's a lot of people think, oh, what we're gonna do is we'll just give everybody $2,000 a month to Wall Street trade against hedge funds, and that's not gonna solve the problem. That doesn't solve the problem. A bunch of smaller that's like, okay, well, we have one giant tumor. It's called hedge funds. Right? Oh, hedge funds. Let's take the hedge funds down. What we'll do is we'll take the hedge funds and we'll break them into. It's like we'll have one huge, you know, tumor that's like chewing off half of your forearm. We know what we'll do. We'll break it up into 100 little bits and we'll insert little bits all across your body. We'll put like a little millimeter BB-sized amount of tumor in your leg and then your knee and then your skin, and then that will solve the problem. We'll have lots of small, instead of one giant capitalist self-interested agent. We'll have 330 million of them, all playing Wall Street bets. I mean, like that. You know, we'll all just short sell. We'll all just short squeeze. You know, billionaire Greenwich, Connecticut mansion owners who have $3 billion by buying up GameStop. And I'm not saying that that's like the hedge fund managers don't obviously deserve to lose $3 billion. But the other thing you have to remember is you're not actually sticking it to the hedge funds. They're gonna have the money whether you like it or not. Like Wall Street, and it is revealing. It is revealing the fact that, because what happened, right? GameStop, and then Robinhood canceled all the capacity for. It banned trading for commercial, just smaller. And by smaller, let's be clear, it's not an average worker who is doing the trading. The people doing the trading are closer to income to the Camp Auschwitz and swastika wearing fascists that attack the Capitol. Most people that are doing the trading, they're making, they have like thousands and thousands or hundreds of thousands. Some of them are Bitcoin millionaires. These are not necessarily poor people. This is not the proletariat actually that are doing the trading, that are on Wall Street bets, which also is full of people saying the R word and disgusting. It was full of racism and bigotry and all this kind of stuff. It's smaller level capitalists attacking bigger level capitalists. This is not the communist revolution in the United States. This is disgruntled, pissed off settler capitalists, mid-tier settler capitalists attacking ultra high-tier settler capitalists. This is, so that has to also be kept in mind, and like obviously it can be used as a strategy, but no, at the end of the day, this idea that we're gonna have 200 million Wall Street traders That could actually be worse because then you get everybody invested, and then also if he goes, so well, that's what we can do. We'll make everyone a capitalist, small business owner or mid business owner, and then big business owner, and then we'll all Wall Street, we'll all take the money that we have, and we'll try to make another $200 million going to the moon. Right? To the moon is a hashtag phrase when you want to take $10, buy a pizza, a meat lover's pizza worth of Bitcoin, right? In 2010, and then have $6 million in 2020. It's fundamentally a capitalist. It's like, well, we're gonna say no. It's still a capitalist mentality. It's still, how can I make tons of money for myself very quickly and easily, and also maybe I'll stick it to some hedge funds. Maybe how can I take down bigger, rich, self-interested, deeply kind of white, patriarchal, unexamined racism, unexamined classism, unexamined settler colonial mentality. But I'm not bad because I'm not a billionaire. So no, this is a huge problematic. And if this is like where it kind of starts moving towards is we're all just going to become mid-tier capitalists. That actually decreases the time it will take to undo the colonialism, because people start going, well, what we're going to do is let's hold off on treating the stage 4 cancer. Let's just attack this particular lesion of the hedge fund on our skin because we can see it, and we're not gonna go through the deep decolonization of the fundamentally, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and really libidinally broken culture and ways of the United States. And we'll just take some money and then we'll just throw it into we'll just bet on some stocks to stop some billionaires from making their short sales. I mean, that's not a good solution. That's not a solution. And that's why I brought up, like, when it first came up, my immediate comment was a reminder that Wall Street was a broken heist machine long before GameStop soared past Deutsche Bank. Right? That was one of the biggest days. Deutsche Bank is like this $22 billion valuation, and GameStop like blew past it. Before the hedge funds, and the hedge funds are like one of the biggest, and huge private equity firms are a massive problem. But in the year of 2020, the markets were booming, and not just hedge funds, all markets were booming in a year of human misery. Okay, we're talking about all the major corporations, including, GameStop was one that was sliding back because people weren't going physically in to buy games. But all of these big corporations, and all of the most wealthiest, the billionaires made like 3.7 trillion, and the working class lost 3.7 trillion, and markets boomed in a year of human misery. Okay, so and before 2020, this system was broken. Really, from the initial beginning of Wall Street. Wall Street was built. The stock market, the places where people with too much money wave their, the capital of capitalism, which is Wall Street, where the United States and the separated from the feudalists and became the headquarters of global capitalism, the United States. The Wall Street Wall on which that name is based was built by slave labor. New York was built by black slave labor on stolen and indigenous land, right? And there is no solution other than, at the end of the day, a full reckoning with that entire process. There is no solution. There is no like changing hands of Wall Street. Wall Street must be, we can't do anything illegal, but Wall Street must not exist one day. And it has to be on the trajectory towards the non-existence of it. Everything that it stands for is broken. Everything that it stands for, what it was built on, how it was built, the labor on which it was made. It is the center of it was the center of the slave trade on which capitalism was also based, racialized capitalism. You don't really have capitalism without the racism and the ableism and the sexism, which is why you have to deconstruct all these other things, right? When you start digging into it, you go, holy crap, the skin cancer actually underneath it has all these long tendrils of tumors that are feeding into the body, and oh my goodness, those are breaking off and going into the lymphocytes, and oh my goodness, those are infecting my lymph nodes, and oh my goodness, the leukemia, we have this blood-borne neocytes, infectious cells that are swimming throughout our entire body, and we have to attack all of this at the same time. We can't just cut out one hedge fund. We have to do chemotherapy. We have to like, or you know, we have to have chemo, we have to have surgery, we have to do all of that at the same time. We can't just attack one thing. You attack one thing, it's gonna grow back. You cut out one piece of the skin cancer, the other infected cells will go back into that. It's gonna keep spreading. It's gonna get worse, right? Which is why pure class reductionism, or just focusing on the capitalism alone, is insufficient and fails again and again and again. You know, like there were some attempts to get a broader, full evisceration of the imperialism in the 30s. There was some push in that, but then they got defeated, and he said, you know what, let's go back to white heteronormative patriarchy with the women in the kitchen massaging white daddy's feet, and slaves and the help, you know, cooking the food and doing work for the white women in the richer houses. And let's get Mexicans, the indigenous people, get shot by John Wayne, and you can all suffer under the barrel of a gun as we continue to colonize you and the rest of the world. And then what? You let but look how great the 50s were. Yeah, it was, you have 30 times. The differential between the working is 30 times difference between the worker and executives. And but how did that do? Did you have a lasting, ongoing coexistence in mutual aid and in mutual prosperity between people, between gender, between races, right? With the land, did you have that? No, you absolutely did not. You had like a temporary cutting out of one tumor, one little beast, one little lesion. That's called the economic inequality. And the economic inequality between whom? The economic inequality between the richest settler white men and the middle class and the poor white men. That's all that you had. And then and then you have America less than a century later, back in an even worse situation than you were in the 1920s. With fascism, fascists literally taking your capital, with 76 million people voting for Trump, and with greater inequality than in any time in history. You have to go back to like the frickin' pyramids, or like, you know, you have to go back to pharaohs. If some people are saying it's beyond that, you know, you have to go there is no comparison to how unequal it is right now. That's what happens when you're cutting too shallow, and you're not simultaneously addressing all the inequalities at the same time. So some people go, oh, we have to like just let fascists into our leftist organization. We have to let them in. No, it's like, you know, we have to like, let's like, you know, don't cut the whole tumor out, or like be nice to the tumor. Like we need the tumor. Like just leave a little bit of that in, you know. Just cut use like Swiss cheese the tumor. Just cut out little holes of it. Don't hurt the whole tumor. Some of it's good. No. And this is why the United States, I don't think the United States is just gonna die of stage 4 cancer. So whatever is in the United States, get it with your indigenous comrades, get with your black, indigenous, and people of color comrades, and other people that are willing to say, I am not going to participate in this fundamentally broken system. And the Vietnamese and the Chinese and the Africans and the Hawaiians will one day help you out. But I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry. But again, this is not for my good. This is for your good. I'm fine. You know where we are here? You know we don't. Let me bring it up again. What we have here on the Big Island, we have many times less COVID deaths. I'm not worried about getting COVID. We have basically no homelessness unless you choose to live unhoused, like our neighbor who chooses to kind of like pick from his tangerine tree and live. And full-time work legally here is 30 hours a week. There's like the police haven't evicted anybody in 5 years. I'm gonna say that again because most people don't believe it when I say that, and these facts kind of like just fly over the head of a Western imperialist because it doesn't even compute in their mind, you know. It doesn't compute in their mind. It's like the concept of living in a society that doesn't have homeless people is like incomprehensible to most Americans and most British people and most Westerners. It is, but there are societies that don't have it, you know. There are it happens, you know, like in Vietnam, it's many times less. And 90% of people have their own land to go to. Less than 20% of people in the United States have any land whatsoever to go to. Even the colonizers. Because it's a fight between the middle and lower colonizer, the white colonizer, even they. Now they disproportionately own more houses, but many of them don't. You know? Because they're self-cannibalizing. It's part of imperialism, right? It looks for vectors of exploitation. One of them is capital. One of them is whiteness. One of them is gender. One of them is ableness. One of them is native and immigrant. One of them, but it cannot help but look for these things. And the richest of you, your billionaire hedge fund managers, your Jamie Dimons, your Lloyd Blankfeins, your private equity, billionaire Davos attendees, they are just the best at your system. But your whole system and your people are broken. I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry. Wall Street Bets is not going to save the United States. It's not going to save capitalism. It's not going to save anyone in the United States. It's just going to make a shit ton of feudal. You're going to have 76 million feudal lords and wannabe mini lords instead of one giant mega lord, the king. Instead of King Bezos, you can have 20 million, and each one of those will be constantly vying for increasing power. And then also many of them are going to be full on fash because we don't want to deal with the racism and the fascist. Okay, well, we have a bunch of fascist feudal lords. That sounds much better than just like one mascot than Biden. I mean, these are just like half a dozen one and six of the other. But that's what we don't have in the Big Island. We don't have people getting evicted, where the indigenous Native Hawaiians are able to have economic power, real economic power, where we own the vast majority of them. I would say a majority of on the east side of the Big Island, the construction, electric, even internet work, road building, infrastructure maintenance, water, sewer. It's 9 out of 10 of the local government here is like they're Native Hawaiian or local affiliated aunties, disproportionately women, which is also important. It's not a patriarchy. And they work in the financial department. They make sure that things don't get rezoned for pyramid scheme, Ponzi scheme, real estate gentrification bubbles. That's why the police haven't evicted in 5 years, is because the Hawaiians control that entire system from the and also military power, economic, because we have twice the rate of U.S. Special Forces military veterans here, and let's just say that almost disproportionately of them, they're not white, and they're Native Hawaiian, or they're not white, and they disaffiliate with the United States. So there's economic power, there is military power, there is governmental power, and there's cultural power, because that culture and the deep values of what I said, aloha aina kuleana pono, which roughly translates to anarcho-socialism. They don't call it that, they just call it kuleana. It's deeper and it means more than that. And Mark Zuckerberg literally stole their ideas and plagiarized. I'm so sorry if you're hearing this for the first time right now, but we talked about this on the EJ stream. I'm so sorry if you're hearing a lawsuit. It's like, I'm so sorry that these ideas of socialism and anarchism developed by Western imperial stormtroopers. I'm so sorry. They were deeply stolen from and borrowed from indigenous people, and then they made a lot of career and fame and ultimately money, even though they're communists, but you still made a lot of fame and prestige selling these books and ideas off, and the people are still regurgitating their stuff. And it's not to say there's important work there, because there's a lot of people who won't listen to brown or black and indigenous people in the West, and so it kind of needs to be written about in a language that is understandable in English for the Western people to understand. So that's an important contribution, is describing the way indigenous people have lived for a long time in English, in academies. That's important. That does help. That's why American Johnson does help, because as a white dude, what he can do is he can talk about what's happening in Vietnam. He can talk about what practices are happening. We could talk about indigenous people of color. You can platform those people, because most white people don't listen to, because of exactly that same thing. White people don't listen to black and brown people of color and women by EJ and many of other white people's own admittance. I never used to, even before I became like a leftist, lived in Vietnam for years, I'd never listened to any women. They would talk and it would just kind of go. It would go in one out the air. If there's a white man, I would listen to him, but I would not listen to a woman. I would not listen to a black or Hispanic, because what could they possibly tell me? I am the pinnacle of civilization, and I know, it's informational imperialism, it's cultural imperialism. It's why the West is all dying, because they don't want to listen to Vietnam. Right? I bring this up so many times. I'm gonna stop reiterating all the. I know I say that I bring this up so many times and then I bring it up again, but so these are important things for people to kind of to share in a variety of ways, right? But at the end of the day, like it's You know, but it's hard. It's hard. Like when I bring these things up, it's hard. I'm sure when I say that, half of the audience even here still won't believe what I'm saying, right? How could it possibly be that these Hawaiians could be more advanced than Americans? How could it possibly be that they could have a better way of allocating housing or food? And there must be some inefficiency somewhere. They must be like backward living in a hut. I mean, that's the racism in your brain. You know, that's the racism in my brain, because I had the same kind of thoughts. And I'm freaking native Hawaiian, but I was like trained to be a stormtrooper. I was trained to be a high frequency trading Goldman Sachs algorithm programmer who would be getting my central bank and all of the imperial powers to whack-a-mole all the Wall Street bet folks, right? The Wall Street bets will not win against. You know, these people, you cannot win against neo-feudal capitalism. I'm so sorry. All of capitalism is going to die, you know, in the United States the way that it is. But I don't see it happening like right this second. It is very close. It is on its last legs. But the centralized, you know, the surveillance capitalism, surveillance capitalism in particular is huge. The capacity for you to communicate in the West is all predicated on their access to things like Reddit and Discord, which they can easily just wipe you the fuck off of. I mean, they don't want it to be too embarrassing for themselves right now, but they could easily. That's what they did to Donald Trump. If Wall Street Bets was such a fucking, if rogue traders were such a threat, they could easily wipe all these people off of the goddamn planet. It's not that hard, but they're not as big a threat as the fascist insurgency against the United States was. That's why they still have phones and accounts, and they're not all disappeared. Also, they're white. That helps a little bit. But I mean, it's not that hard to do this. They're just not that big a threat. Well, if you lose $6 billion as a hedge fund manager, we'll just give you another 6. We'll just print it with the quantitative easing infinity money printer with just a very privileged server. You just type 6000 000 000 6190 $6 billion. Oh, did you lose 12? Here's 12. We'll give it in a backdoor account through 6 days. You know, all we ask is you pledge undying fealty to imperial solidarity with the central bank, the military-industrial complex, the surveillance capitalists, the pharmaceutical companies, and you do that, and you make money for those people's money to make more money for the money that made more money. We'll save you. In fact, Wall Street Bets can actually give the Democratic Party and the competent imperialists a nice PR airbrushing. It makes it look like AOC and Ted Cruz are coming together, and the United States government is functional because we're going to rein in all of Wall. They're not going to rein anything in. They're not going to rein anything in. Elon Musk is over there going, "Oh my God, Discord went corporal because they banned Wall Street r/Wall Street Bets." That's an airbrushing Elon Musk to make him look like some kind of savior. Are you kidding me? It's like Elon Musk going, "Discord is corporal." It's like Terrell Corporation going, "Oh my God, Toyota is a giant corporation." It's like Terrell from Blade Runner 2049 with the biggest pyramid on the face of the almost dead planet Earth with blasting, you know, blaring holographic ads to go to the off-road colonies because we've eaten the planet. That's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and he's complaining about corporations. This is just the Wall Street Bets is a PR opportunity for capitalism and for the actual empire to pretend like they are defending the middle class and the working class. They're not going to do any such thing. Nothing is going to happen. This is not going to change anything. If it would have, people would be disappeared, you know? And they disappear enough of, I mean, you don't want to look like an authoritarian regime. You don't want to give China too much ammunition. But they disappear whoever they need to disappear. I mean, they can disappear billionaires. They disappeared Epstein. It's just like suddenly you have 200 cameras wink out, and then people's necks simultaneously snap themselves, and guards have like 5,000 pounds of turkey worth of tryptophan all at the same time. If they needed somebody gone because they're really messing with the money, they'd be gone. If they need the fascists gone, they get the fascists gone. If they need the president of the United States gone, they get the president of the United States gone. It's just what's the best way to spin the current story? There's no possible way that you're going to take down the United States that way. Now there are other ways. It will kill itself, yes, but you're not going to take them down throwing money into systems that they control fully and wholly. The best that you can do is maybe expose a little bit of the lack of the free hand. That's a thing. And then what it means is, how much of the free hand are they going to expose? How much of the manipulated market are they going to expose? That's the only question, right? And it's very easy. If people get too hip to the manipulated nature of the stock market, all you do is ban everybody talking about it off of Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, if it becomes a real problem. But I don't think it will, because the people that are propagating this, the Wall Street Bets people, are all capitalists. So that, I mean, it's fine. It actually, it's good, because it says, you see, America still has free markets. You see a bunch of, $600,000 a year people who have like restaurants that are like, work 3 hours, work 12 hours a day, or I'm gonna call ICE, random Mexican in a French fusion restaurant in California that's also in our Wall Street Bets. It makes America look like capitalism is still thriving and dynamic, and we're gonna pull through, and the Democratic Party can use that as ammunition to go, you see, the SEC is regulating Wall Street. The big billionaires, as Bernie Sanders would say, are being tampered down, and the middle class Americans, that's who Wall Street Bets is. There's so many ways you could rebrand this whole story and just spin it into, use all your alphabet soup CIA propaganda, greatest minds of the generation, or not so great. Sorry, Mike Pompeo, getting your Venezuelan Fishermen's Association fishing your A-team Liam Neeson lookalikes out of the water. I'm so sorry that you not quite as great. But I mean, there's some pretty great minds. I think there might be a few left over that haven't left to places that have actual meritocracies, where scientists and engineers get more than financiers. They're not in any Western country though. But I mean, there's some great minds, that are being paid a lot of money. $200 billion was put into CIA propaganda against to foment global imperialism. So that's $200 billion buys 20 million millennials, early Gen Xers, or all of Gen Z, it buys 20 million millennials or 40 million Gen Zers, because that's the average salary for a millennial and Gen Z. 20 million of them a year to just go on the internet and spew propaganda all day long and just manage 25 sock puppet robot bot accounts. That's where all the money's going right now. So some of that propaganda is, is this Wall Street's a problem? Okay, take 5 million millennials who aren't trying to start a hot war with China, and then increase troop presence in the Middle East, and then start some kind of like nuclear conflict in Ukraine, or accidentally start a nuclear something. We got a preservation of enmity for the military-industrial complex and Lockheed Martin's yacht payment schemes. But take 5 million of those and then drive them towards weaponizing small c capitalism and a return to pre-neoliberalism as some kind of salvation, why we don't have to actually address the problem. It's like the cancer going, no, look, I'm not a cancer. I'm actually I am a really healthy skin. I'm an exfoliant. If I was in the alphabet soup land, that's what I would be doing right now. But how can we weaponize this to show that AOC, Biden, Kamala are on your side? They are here for you. They're rescuing you against the nasty hedge fund managers who are actually going to get this. They're going to get 12. Oh, did you lose $6 billion? Here, have another 8. Buy another 75,000 acres of Hawaii. It's okay. It's okay. But make it look like we're actually reigning in Wall Street, because Biden and AOC and the Senate, the Republicans and Democrats are shaking hands, and we're reigning in Wall Street. And that's what I would do right now. You gotta do competent imperialism. Pretend like there is any capacity for anyone in DC or Wall Street and anybody on our Wall Street best to do anything whatsoever. There is none. Just only capacity to self-destruct. But that will propagate America for maybe a couple years. You already lost 5 years. China is set to surpass the United States, not in purchasing power parity. They've already done that. Which is really what matters. Surpass the United States in open GDP terms, absolute terms. And so we got to get 2 years back. America went 5 years back. Maybe get 2 years back by propagating the success of capitalism for a few more years, right? And stopping the complete and utter fascist takeover of your government. The small S settler takeover of the big S settler government, right? Because that would be really chaotic, and that could be civil war, and that could actually accelerate the decline, right? Full scale warfare. It would accelerate it'd make America look. It'd be like, okay, well, America is just a total banana republic. Direct foreign investment has just for the first time exceeded. The United States has been the greatest place of direct foreign investment. Basically, the smart money going, I think this place has a future. China has just surpassed the United States. In every vector, basically every quadrant of the Rubik, the United States is falling behind faster and faster and faster and faster, which is fine. It's totally fine. In fact, it would be as a native Hawaiian, I see myself. I don't want to see anybody die, but it would ultimately be in our self-interest if you had a civil war and then you collapse your entire empire into just full-on sectarian violence. I don't want to see that. That's a terrible way to go. But then that makes it harder for you to maintain your military bases here. It makes it harder for you to maintain your government. When empires like the British collapse, Rome collapse, the fringes are the first things that they lose. India lost, right? Big swaths of the sun that didn't set on the British Empire lost because they collapsed inward. So it's really, if you collapse faster, it's better for me. Telling you these things isn't necessarily, if I just let America go, if you're in America, if I let you just go, that's really in my interest as a native Hawaiian. Where we don't, again, let me say this one more time, where we don't have food insecurity, everybody's got food. We just got free tangerines. The neighbors are giving away bananas. We got like avocado, kalo. I work less than 3 hours a day. That's why I have to work. Sometimes I do a little bit more. We have the ability to do silver spoon gains because there are no evictions, and we can get a house for a 2-bedroom house with high-speed internet, electricity, with a functioning water system, and we have the capacity to not get hookworms and stuff like this, and roads next to a 200,000 person town for $140,000. 2-bedroom house for $140,000. Unlike where I'm from, where it costs $900,000 for basically a 1-bedroom next to maybe not next to a meth lab, in a studio. It's like maybe a 3-bedroom house, you're looking at $1 million now. That's the imperialized parts of Honolulu and Oahu. That's what most of America looks like, actually. And you can go to the rural areas where it's all Trump supporters. COVID is a 5G conspiracy, and it's full of racists, and the water comes, and you got hookworms everywhere as well, because all the infrastructure is collapsing, and the internet is terrible. The Chinese rural areas also 99%. Extreme poverty eliminated. Extreme poverty fully eliminated. It's 800 million people. There's so many statistics that it's all. Again, these are like incomprehensible statistics, and it's really the story of the world. The story of the world is not in the United States. There is no story in the United States. The story of the world is outside of the United States. That's where actual things are happening. That's where the real action is. But it's not in English, and you're never gonna hear about it because the people that are in these places where the real actual science and technology, engineering, poverty alleviation, societal improvements, social, political, economic things are happening, they're not in the United States. They're in places that don't speak English. And America, Europe, Australia, they're not gonna translate it for you because it's not in their interests. Because it makes them look terrible, and it makes people go, why aren't we doing better? And it makes people go like, why do I hate these people? Well, it's because we got to keep selling bombs and missiles to blow the whole fucking world up. So you're never gonna hear about it. You got to go to like Luna Oi's channel. You got to follow like Daniel Dumbro. You got to follow like New Moves. I highly recommend you do this. I highly recommend, not for their interest, it's for your interest. So you know what an indigenous future is like. So you know what other peoples around the world are doing. And then you can like figure out how you can be part of that. How are you going to, so that you can stop being racist, so that when America implodes and you need the Chinese to save your ass, you're not racist. So they don't go, oh, they'll still probably help you. They're still saving America right now. Every second of the day, they save America by not cutting off all your biotechnology and all your medical supplies and most of your masks. Actually, almost all of your masks. It's funny because Donald Trump was like, we're gonna have a trade war to stop this trade surplus. China's taking all, they're sending us all their stuff, and we're not sending any stuff out. That is a problem. In 2020, the trade surplus from China to the United States, the amount of goods coming from China to the United States went up 50%. Because why? Because everyone's at home on Amazon, fucking buying Baby Yoda leggings and Mandalorian t-shirts, and they got nothing to do because all their economy, which is mostly service industry based, concerts halls, CrossFit gyms, yoga studios, and all this crap shut down. Because what? Because of not because China made a bioweapon in a lab in Wuhan, which is all CIA propaganda, so that you can sell more bombs and missiles and pretend and try to stop planetary collapse. It's against your own interests. Because the longer your empire exists, the longer you're going to be homeless and foodless. Do you like it? I mean, really, ask yourself. Do you really like the United States? Do you like really, like seriously ask yourself that? Do you like, as somebody who lives in a 3-bedroom house with 2 kids, in my 30s, not worrying about bills, working 3 hours a day on a regular basis, spending time with my family in a nice clean environment with water and a food garden that I can spend time growing. As somebody who lives in a shittier situation, where you're struggling to pay bills, where you're struggling to pay rent, where you're struggling to pay your medical debt. Well, I'm not worried about when my son broke his arm. I'm not worried about it because you know why? Because we live in the Big Island where you have sliding scale medical that's cooperatively owned. How much do you, if you're American, how much do you really like it? Do you feel like America has treated you really well? Really, be honest. Do you like dying from COVID-19? Do you like complete mistreatment? Do you like having billions and trillions of dollars going to the richest people? Do you like living in your van? Do you like it? Do you like being forced to live in your parents' attic or your brother or squeeze 20 to a house? Do you like that? Do you really? Do you like not being able to have a family? Never? Because it's unaffordable? Or if you do have a family, it's because you have boomer parents that you hate because they're liberal Trump supporters or the Clinton supporters or Biden supporters, and you are fed up with trying to discuss with them politics, and you just run away crying from that. Do you like that country? Do you really ask yourself that? Do you really like even Britain? Do you really like it? Are you sure? I think, or were you like, you know, I'd be okay. Would you be willing to say, you know what, I'll give up the scrambling to pay my bills, working 6 jobs, stressing out because my GoFundMe didn't reach the goal and I might die of lack of insulin, and my mommy and daddy dying from COVID-19, and everybody being sick and everything being permanently shut down, unlike China and unlike Vietnam. I would like to go to a restaurant and not worry about killing my grandparents. Do you like? Would you be like, I would be willing to live in the Anishinaabe, partially automated indigenous territory? I would trade. It's not that much is going to change, actually. Well, I mean, something's going to change, but it's not like everybody's going to just go living in teepees in an indigenous world. Would you be willing to kind of just lose the American flag, maybe not do so much pledges of allegiance, right? Not watch Donald Trump and the next competent fascist play slap games in the puppet show that is American plutocracy with coloring book characteristics every 4 years. Would you be willing to give up political bullshit games of watching presidential elections of Biden, 2 white war criminals slap it out with black comprador black people who enslave their own people like Kamala Harris? Would you be willing to give up having American flags around if you could have healthcare, housing, like dignified housing? I'm talking about if you're 30 years old or you're 20 years old, you get a 3-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms, enough for you and your children to live in with the living wage. Guaranteed, because that's actual how Hawaiian and indigenous people live, right? Would you be willing to give up the flag to have housing, food, healthcare, clean water, and not worrying about bills and working like 20 hours a week? Would you be willing to take that American flag down and go, I'm not that anymore? Ask yourself that, right? Now, there's some people that say, fuck no, I want to be a millionaire maybe. I want to be Jeff Bezos. I want to be a hedge fund manager maybe. That's why I'm attacking with Wall Street Bets, the hedge funds. That's the sad truth. There's many people that they're not doing that because they particularly want to destroy capitalism. They're doing that because they're pissed off that hedge funds have controlled it too much and they're not getting enough of the pie. Would you be willing to give up your empire's nationality and become a part of an indigenous, we have to figure out what exactly that means, but would you be willing to not be an American anymore if it meant that you could live without worrying about how you will eat and sleep and have everything, all your basics taken care of? Would you be willing? Right? If you would, then you have to support land back and indigenous people, because that's ultimately what happens when these people are not necessarily you have to just find the closest person who has a feather in their head. That's obviously a racist trope, but just find the nearest indigenous person and give them everything. That's not necessarily what it means, but it does mean destruction of empire. It means the end of settler colonial empires. It means the end of white supremacy, and it means the end of ultimately, and it's not going to come. I don't think it's not going to come. You can't. It's not. I don't think the United States. I mean, some people would disagree, but I don't think the United States is a nation that can be destroyed with a hot war. Even the United States and Russia figured this out. There was no way to win this war, And I'm not saying that Russia had its own reactionary problems. It being a white country is a piece of that. But even there, I don't think there's a way. China and the United States cannot. There's no way for these two entities, and they're not going to win. They're not going to win this by fire. There has been, I I don't think they're gonna win this by fire. I don't think the United States will. You're gonna burn yourself alive if you try. There's people who do try and then they die. It's called adventurism. But it will be won similarly to how the Cold War ended, which is with the spiritual, as Kishore Mahbubani has described, the spiritual vitality of the society. Ultimately, thank God, because I mean, it would be terrible. Now, people will probably continue to die in smaller scale violence that breaks out here and there and all over the place, right? The Capitol insurrection had some violence, right? But it's not millions and millions and millions of people just being thrown into a warfare. I don't think that's not something that's viable. I mean, the nukes are enough to make that not viable. I mean, I'm sorry, no nuclear power has been overthrown with violent conflict. That's not the thing that's going to happen. But powers do lose based on their lack of capacity to provide the people with food, with security, with hope for the future, spiritual vitality, meaning like belief in that society, and also the basic materials that they need, and spirit and enthusiasm and a meaning in their life, right? And that's a thing that due to a lot of mismanagement and a lot of imperialism as well. There's one and a variety of other hybrid war attacks in the Cold War. One side definitely fell through and collapsed, right? And then America went and said, okay, well, now it's the end of history, as Francis Fukuyama said. But it wasn't, is it? It wasn't the end of history, was it? Even Francis Fukuyama, Mr. Postmodernist himself, admitted that that's not the case. Now there's another contest, right? It's the spiritual vitality and the economic and societal strength of the people, of their culture, of the people, of its ability to lead the world as an example of how to run society. That's what spiritual vitality, right? And China it's not a perfect society, it's got a lot of problems for sure, but it is winning. And guess what? You know what China is? China is an indigenous people. Vietnam also is winning. The ASEAN countries are also winning. They're actually going a little bit faster than China, actually. And you know what Vietnam is? Vietnam is an indigenous people. China is, they're indigenous people too. The Americans don't get that because Americans are racist and the Westerners have a warped view of the planet. But most of the world is indigenous. They're an indigenous people. They are a civilization state. The United States is a settler colonial imperial state that is white people, Western imperialist powers showed up, right? Committed a genocide, killed everybody who was there, brought in people of Africa with their own languages, their own cultures onto the land, and then also brought Chinese people, stole the Chinese indigenous people and the African indigenous people onto America to build the wealthiest country in the world. It is in an American state. It's only 250 years old and it's going to be dead soon. It is a blip compared to the Chinese civilization state. It's a civilization state. It's been around in perpetuity for thousands, not billions of years. That's the Earth. But if there's a billion-year-old civilization, that's OG anarchism. That's OG socialism. That's OG Kuliana. We have to tip our hat to those people. If I can find a billion-year-old civilization that has not done any imperializing and war or managed to maintain peace as a verb, as the dominant way of society for hundreds of thousands of years. The history of Europe is like 10,000 times more. It's like incomprehensibly, vastly greater amounts of war, conflict, and death and destruction. It's not even comparable. It's part of why it came out of the West. It's not because the people of that skin color is something wrong with them. No, it's not a genetic thing. It's just a culture that has come out of predominantly a particular part of the world that has metastasized for good and bad. It's not like everybody was just evil because their skin. No, it's not that. It's the culture and the ways. And there are problematic aspects in every society, even in Hawaii, right? But they just didn't become the dominant feature of the society in most places. And China will, and I shouldn't say it too much because actually, I'm sorry if I gotta stop saying the word China. I gotta stop talking to you, attacking the US. Otherwise, you get demonetized and you get your shadow banned. Like everybody who's ever said anything pro about the 1.4 billion person country, they just like they ban like 20 Twitter handles and Facebook handles, and then they shadow ban all the YouTube channels. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting we're talking on a Western imperial platform in a dying West. I forgot. Anyway, so there's a 1.4 billion person country. It's somewhere west of California. They're an indigenous people that are decolonizing. Actually, that's part of what they're doing, you know. And they're more advanced than the greatest Western power. And they have a lot of influence of the reactionary imperial and Western characteristics. They do have that in a lot of parts, and they understand that that's something that has to be dealt with. Vietnam also has to be dealt with. Hawaii, they're not billionaire Hawaiians, but there are like multi-hundred millionaire probably, or multi-tens of millionaire Hawaiian or part Hawaiians, right? I don't know what Jason Momoa's net worth is, but it might not be the richest Hawaiian. But there are people that are like part Hawaiian who are very wealthy, and there are reactionary elements, particularly in Honolulu. I know I have some in my family. Actually, I can think of one specific, very wealthy, ultra-rich Hawaiian. It's my aunt, right? And she, you know where she lives? In a city, and has erased as much of her Hawaiianness as she can. She bleached her skin white, cut her epicanthic folds to look more white. Adopted a Southern accent or American sound and accent. She doesn't sound like that, but she adopted that. And I'm not gonna say she's not Hawaiian anymore and she's not indigenous just because, you know, she changed her accent and stuff. But these are like deeply reactionary elements that are deeply it's transmitted imperial culture into somebody who was born into a family. So it's not so simple as like, if you have literally this bloodline, you are a good person because you're an indigenous person, because your father has a birth certificate that says half Algonquin, half quarter Sioux, quarter Hawaiian, or 1/3 Vietnamese, 1/3 Hawaiian, 1/3 Sioux. I don't know, that happens, some weird triplet blood infusion. I don't know if you could be 1/3, but anyways, it's not a blood quantum thing. That's also an important thing to remember. You know, it's about the culture. It's about the way of being in the world, right? But you know, obviously, family and your history and ancestry does matter. It's very complex. It's very complicated, right? But those reactionary elements will have to be dealt with as well in Hawaii. If Hawaii did become sovereign, there are immediately going to be reactionary elements in the society, because the seeds of colonial ways are left even after the colonial power and all of its soldiers and all of its governor generals and all of its gunboats have packed up ship with their colonizer flag and gone home. The seeds of colonialism is still there, and that will have to be dealt with everywhere in the world where it has happened. And that's something that we will have to deal with, you know. But that's a more of an internal conversation that really should be dealt with more internally, not really to be dealt with in public, because it will be weaponized by Western imperialists and colonizers. It goes, you see, we're all the same. We're all just the same, and that's why you have to let us be in charge, or you have to fight them. You have to fight those people over there. So it's always gonna be weaponized. Even like I was talking to Kaya on the non-compete stream, was saying like, there are things which the Black community and the Indigenous community have to have within their own communities. They need that space for the spaces that are for women, spaces that are for LGBTQ+, spaces that are for the African and Indigenous peoples, because these are internal discussions that have to be had. Because if they're had outside, they are often and almost unilaterally, you know, weaponized against those people. And so, you know, but they are there. We have to admit that those things are there. They are, for sure. You know, but ultimately, this is I think this is how it's gonna go, you know, which is that yeah, I see all the Westerners just vaporized. See, when I say that, I can tell, because everybody runs away screaming when you bring up this one particular. You bring up particular indigenous peoples on the planet, and everybody runs away screaming because I think part of it is just there's a deep fear that they will be supplanted, you know. And it's not like, again, like the indigenous future, you know, the Western descent and the indigenous future. The indigenous future is not going to happen. It's not going to be like oh my goodness, the Native Americans take over and then they enslave all the white people. And the Americans, no, this is like, it's important. That's not what's gonna happen. Your life as a white American will be better. You will be better when the imperial metropole falls and the indigenous people are allowed to practice their actual culture. Again, your life will actually get better. Now, if you're a multi-millionaire or billionaire, okay, for a handful of people, life might not be as good. But these people are disproportionately not you. Even people who make $100,000 a year under current capitalism, like I said, I know a Boeing 767 aircraft engineer making $100,000 a year living in a van in a Walmart parking lot, right? I bring this up a lot because it's an important example. Even making in the top 5 to 3% of earners in the United States, you can still live without the basic necessities of life. Because to make that amount of money, often you have to be in or around a urban metropolis, working at an airport in the cities, and those places you need the cost of living to live a decent life is like exclusively to basically the top 1%. You gotta make 100. It's by the CNBC, again, the amazing Vietnamese far left of the Vietnamese Communist Party, rag, CNBC, right? The far leftist propaganda, CNBC, obviously not. CNBC, the record of Wall Street has even said, to exist in New York City, you need like 200 to 500,000 a year to live comfortably. That by their own admittance. To live comfortably in Honolulu, you need, like in Manhattan in particular, to live in Honolulu, where most of the high-paying jobs are. To live in Honolulu, you need 100 by the financial, the high finance or the economics departments of, not the University of Hawaii, but the Board of Economics and Tourism of Hawaii has said to live comfortably in Hawaii, you need at least $167,000 a year in Honolulu. The minimum wage in Hawaii is $10 an hour, right? To live in San Francisco, to live in LA, to live in Chicago, where all the high-paying jobs are, is this. So again, even if you're making that much money, it is still actually not ultimately in your best interest to allow the propagation of the United States empire. The longer that it exists, the longer you will suffer. The longer you, not only the economic suffering, you will suffer the racism, which is part of the economic suffering. It's why so much of the South is so impoverished. It's because racism was propagated. It hurt. So the racism and the racialized capitalism hurts people of color, and it also hurts the white people because it divides when they could be working together, unionizing and all these things, but the racism perpetuates because if I'm a poor white man, homeless, with only $1 to my name, at least I'm not a black man with 50 cents to my name. Right? That permeates the United States and it hurts everybody. So that system will not be a system. We're not going to go from white people being on top to black and brown people being on top, because that's not the way that indigenous people operate. That's not how they operated. There were many different ethnicities throughout Turtle Island. They coexisted and traded peacefully from north to all the way to what is called Central and South America. There are records of this, even through the Pacific. The Hawaiians and Polynesians visiting the west coast of the United States, they traded in peace. They did not enslave and go, well, we're going to have all these people work for us and we're going to break all their unions. It's like the Algonquin didn't go, what we're going to do? We're going to take the Lakota and the Sioux. We're going to put every one of them in chains, treat them like human cattle. And then if we do grant them a little bit of leeway, we'll weaponize one against the other. We're gonna take the Sioux and say, well, at least you're not a Lakota, right? You're a Sioux making $1 an hour, but at least you're not a Lakota making 50 cents. But that's what racialized capitalism is in the United States, right? For the biggest successful white settler to weaponize the racism of the would-be lower S white settler who wants to become the big ass settler against the black and a black against the white settler, which is the case. Now, of course, if you're black, the possibility of you ever becoming the millionaire billionaire is vastly disproportionate. This is vastly less than a white settler, but it's still going to hurt everybody in the country to have that system in place. And so when you do land back and there is no culture or people that are superior, everybody will mutually be able to peacefully trade and benefit and work together for the collective good. Which to be clear is what a lot of the East Asian cultures have been doing and are doing, and it's represented in the, literally hundreds, if not thousands, of times less total money expended on war and in actual fighting of wars and economic wars and imperialism in these other parts of the world, right? Unlike the United States and its allies, who work with the United States to propagate war, conflict, literally just propagate suffering and war and death for its own sake, even for the profit of the biggest industry, which is the military-industrial complex. It is literally a death cult. It's like, is there peace in the world? Why isn't there violence? Let's go in there, cause hatred, cause conflict, which is why Facebook, Twitter, and these things can never actually stop propagating fascism, even though they're gonna say they're gonna tap down on it. We're gonna weed it out, and we're gonna enforce our TOS. No, they cannot, because in order for the United States to maintain for its biggest capitalist success story, which is it's a dark fusion of Roman warfare and American capitalism, the military-industrial complex. In order to propagate itself, it has to go into, is there peace in the Middle East? We have to go in there, cause hatred between two groups, fund the moderate rebels. No, we're going to fund the extremists, fund Al-Qaeda, fund ISIS, fund all these entities to cause discord so we can sell more guns and bombs for them to kill each other. And then we take all the oil too, so we can fund more tanks and bombs and guns to the U.S. military. Anyway, it is a sick Western death cult. Australia is in on this. The ASPI taking hundreds of millions of dollars from Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon. UK deeply embedded in this. Canada, New Zealand, all the Five Eyes. A lot of Europe, hugely. Germany benefiting 97% of the lithium from Bolivia under US-backed fascist coups. These countries, the colonial imperial countries and entities, as a total culture and as a total, particularly their governments and their economic power, they cannot but go around the world and make perpetual war and death and destruction. That's all that they can manage. They have to. There's no way out for these things. There is no way out. There is no reform. Bernie Sanders is just fucking CIA mittens, papering over the empire. He can't. Even if he wanted to. Even if the squad and Bernie and anyone else who shows up in the Biden cabinet and on the Twitters to airbrush a nice happy kente cloth over a white supremacist empire globally, is what colonialism is. It's going to black and brown countries and killing them all, taking all their stuff. Even if they wanted to, there's no capacity to do this. The only thing that can happen is the indigenous peoples of the world and the actual functioning socialist societies of the world will show greater economic and spiritual and cultural and moral admirability and strength and vitality than the United States. And the United States and its allies will collapse. That's the only thing that really can happen. You cannot, if you try to fight a hot war with the United States, it's like trying to fight a fire demon with fire. You're like, oh, you're gonna shoot gasoline at me? That's fine. I love conflict. And the only way this can end, that's why the United States can constantly go, we are the state with the preemptive nuclear capacity, because all the US has to do is like, if you don't do what we want to do, we are nuts. We're gonna just nuke you. So you better do what we say, because that's part of the Hillary Clinton, I want a no-fly zone over Russia. That's part of why she lost. It's a lot of the military said, well, it's like, well, I mean, we are willing to we are omnicidal. The military-industrial complex, and you look at, like, especially the neocon edge of that, but not only them, but the Democrat liberal, the so-called progressive, the good CIA, they're all they're all on some of them. The Democrats are even more warmongering in the 2016 election. That's part of how it's pretty. It's the nail in the coffin. It's like, even on the so-called progressive end of the empire, we're gonna fix things and we're gonna do better. They're even more warmongering. That's what they're doing right now. They're in Iraq right now. You can watch some Richard Medhurst. You can see, you listen to some actual non-Western people, and you can actually learn a true thing once in a while. I know it's hard to imagine, like, not listening to somebody from America or one of the Five Eyes countries speaking English in their country. But you listen, but then you're not gonna get any truth out of that. You're gonna get a handful of, like, pothead freaking comedians, and even Jimmy even self admits, I'm just some pothead comedian. I don't know what I'm talking about. But it's like, that's random pothead comedians who say a lot of other wrong and reactionary stuff is no way to run a informed, educated populace. I'm sorry, that's not the way to do that. You're gonna need to listen to some voices outside of the Western Five Eyes countries. which probably means like they're gonna get banned off of YouTube, and they're gonna get banned off of all the Western surveillance capitalist controlled platforms, and it's gonna be extremely hard. Which is why Luna Oi is really like Luna Oi's channel is a rare diamond of like of actual information, because so much. I mean, to get somebody actually in Vietnamese speaking in English with like content that is like at least like engageable, quote unquote engaging for Western audiences is it's just so hard to find, it's like, but it's so important because like that is the future, like places like Vietnam are the like indigenous peoples running fully functioning, scientific, technologically advanced, socially advanced, socialistly advanced countries like Vietnam are the future. Again, Vietnamese people, again, are an indigenous people running a modern society with healthcare, with hospitals, with their own airlines, with their own streets and electricity and internet grids and all these things. They have been the same people that have lived there for centuries and centuries and millennia. They were not somebody, again, that showed up to Vietnam, murdered all the people, settled there, and then went and spread out to the rest of Asia. The Vietnamese didn't, come from somewhere else and they go, that we've got this nice place called Vietnam. Let's take China, let's take Laos, let's take all this, let's take Australia, and let's go to Germany, the Vietnamese. Let's plant some Vietnamese flags in Germany. That's not who the Vietnamese people are. That's who the Americans are. So there is a deep cultural, spiritual difference that transcends economics in indigenous peoples such as Vietnam. And we don't discuss that, in the West because, it's shameful. It's a shameful history of violence and conquest, genocide and slavery in the United States. And I'm going to keep bringing it up because that has to be acknowledged for the United States people to move forward and to live actually. There will be no racial healing. There will be no economic healing. There will be no financial and there's Wall Street. Robin Hood is not going to. Robin Hood and some millionaire traders with and Bitcoin multimillionaires are not going to solve anything in the United States. You will have to address these historical wrongs, cultural, racial, across the board, and face whiteness itself as central to a lot of these problems, particularly in the United States, or you will continue to suffer. You, not me, you will suffer. I will be fine. Holly and I, we will be okay. Like, we can always use more sales of Neofeud and stuff, but we're also selling across the world too, and it really does help. I really hope that we can continue to work at Silver Spoon Games and empower more and house more Americans. But here in Hawaii, the Hawaiians, we will be okay. Here in the decolonized parts of Hawaii, we will be okay. As your empire collapses, we will continue to become even better off. You suffer from your own whiteness. You suffer from your own lack of addressing your own imperialism and colonialism. You suffer from your own lack of actual self-introspection, And is it going to hurt? It is absolutely going to hurt. Is it going to hurt your ego? Yes, it's going to hurt your ego. Just like it hurt a lot of egos in Nakapi stream. It was kind of funny because it was like the first time like a bunch of people got like really called on their racist bullshit in the Nakapi stream, which probably should be happening more often. It's like these people should not probably be able to propagate throughout so-called left spaces. But it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be like, wait, but I don't want to be a colonizer. I just want to fight capitalism. And then calling me a colonizer is only gonna push white people like me away, and white men are not gonna join you. And it's like, we're kind of past that point. We're kind of past the point of cradling Voshes and Xanderhalls and Destinies and let's just talk a little bit about how you're not a millionaire and a billionaire and how that sucks and lets you be a racist and a sexist and a colonialist and an imperialist, because some Trotskyists like leading newspaper salesmen who disproportionately end up becoming capitalists when they make enough money on their Patreon, such as Pros of the Round, taking $10,000 of Patreon money a month and starting an upstart capitalist hipster craft brewery with underpaid Hispanic labor to sell to rich San Franciscans I'm so sorry, but that, like, you did not do the work. You can read Marx Kropotkin and 25 and have a literal 8-year PhD in Marxism. I lived with one. We housed one. And you are still not deconstructing your whiteness and your racism, even having read some of the black socialist and black communist and black anarchist literature, reading Frantz Fanon, reading the Drain the Veins of Latin America, and still disrespecting Latin Americans, even unconsciously. Like, I know these people. It is insufficient, and going, oh, it's cancel culture, it's the SJW woke up. These are excuses to not do the work to help yourself. These are excuses to not face your own insecurities and your own ego and say, hey, you know what? Maybe I don't know what is the ultimate. Maybe there's some other oppression and suffering that I don't know. But I'm not gonna put my own. You are suffering as a white man in the United States. Yes, as a middle-class white man, you are. You're following in your life expectancy collapsing, your income going down. You are suffering as a white man in the United States. But then you cannot go, you know what? And that means the women and the LGBTQ plus and the Iraqis and Hakim and the Vietnamese and Luna Oi and all these people of color, they're just whiners. They're just like, you got, and it's gonna hurt your ego because maybe there's something greater than my hurt. Maybe there's something greater than maybe there's greater oppression in the world than my not making my father's $60 an hour wage as a Microsoft upper level programmer. Maybe there's something greater in the world than my suffering not being able to become a millionaire or a billionaire off of become a small business owner even. Maybe there's something greater there's something more to the world than that. But then there's people that are closing into like, no, it's only class. It's only capitalism. It's a red America. It's like, National Socialism was a thing. It became a, obviously they didn't do a socialism. But part of the reason why they didn't do a socialism is because they didn't root out the deeper complex of cancers in their psyche, in their people, right? As Uncle Ho would say, to build a socialist society, to build socialist people. And so you cannot simply focus on the one economic issue, although that is super important. It is. But focusing on that alone leads again and again and again and again and again and again and again, to collective regression back into sometimes, unfortunately, fascistic states. The Nazi Party is a National Socialist Party, and then it didn't start off going, what we want to do is we want to kill millions and millions of Jewish people. No, what we want to do, but it was weaponized, and it was a lot of obviously some nefarious individuals were like, well, they never really wanted to do anything like have a mass base of economically empowered people and collapse, but a lot of people believe that that's what they were going to do at first. What we're going to do is we're going to have many white men, Germans, making good wages. We are making shitty. You had a hyperinflation. You had people bringing wheelbarrows of money. You had wheelbarrows of money to buy a loaf of bread, coming home ashamed to their wives and their kids in what was a patriarchal society, which is what the West is. Going like, I am ashamed to be a German man, and it's and then some guy says, I'm gonna make you proud again. I'm gonna make you great again. I'm gonna give you dignity so you can come home winning that bread for your wife and your kids. And it's because of the Jews. It's because of these other different peoples here. It's the bankers. It's the liberal media, and then it's the gays, and then that stuff is not really what really at the core of it is like, I want a fair share of the economic pie. And there was a socialism to that. It's socialism for the white men. But for the no. It's a socialism for German people. I'm not sexist. I'm not racist. I just want what's good for the German people. And then down the line somewhere, it maybe happens that those people might be in the way right now, and maybe those other people that are having sex with each other might also be in the way. And I'm really pissed off. But we gotta deal with the economic problem right now. We need socialism in Germany, like national socialism in Germany right now. We can deal with the gay and maybe the racism against the Jewish people. We'll deal with that later. But what we need right now is everybody getting into our Wall Street bets and storming the Capitol. Joining the National Party for Socialism for the nation of Germany, and that's why this is the error again and again and again. Which is it's a great weapon if you're the ultra winner, if you're the neo-feudal elite of capitalism. You go, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take all of my white men down there, and then I'm gonna get them all to go kill all the leftists and all the people that I don't want, and then I'll keep all my profits. And at the end of the day, fascism always burns itself out. And it does ultimately end up hurting the white men too. It does. Now they don't recognize it. They're not going to recognize it while they're in the throng of we're going to get rid of the SJWs and the feminazis, and we're going to get rid of these people of color and the politics in my Star Wars and the black person in my video games, and we're gonna gamergate the crap out of these whiners and all these weak and all of these ableist slurs, all these weak peoples and all these degenerate people. We're gonna like have it's an adrenaline rush while you're doing that, but you're simultaneously actually hurting you and your own society. And the richest started laughing to the bank. They're going like, "Oh, this is amazing. We can get them to kill all the communists and wipe out, fight amongst themselves so they can't unionize because they're too busy being right-wing shitheads and chuds and shit." I'm sorry, they're just being just like German National Socialists. Because we need National Socialism for the nation of this, but again, so that's why it has to be addressed. I'm not saying that like America literally has that party, but America is the OG fascist. They did, Britain has 27 million Indian genocide. It's actually greater than anything Hitler did accomplish. Not to downplay what he did do. That's absolutely terrible. But America and Britain have been doing fascism, like genocide against indigenous people. If you add up the kill count of the United States, the body count, America, you're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have a hard time topping America, and Britain as well. And Germany just got a little to Churchill and America and Ford, who Hitler looked up to. Germany just got out of hand because why? Fascism is when you start doing to white people what white people do to people and brown people, and indigenous people on a regular basis. It's called colonialism, but that doesn't count because you know why it doesn't count. You know why they don't count the kill count of all the indigenous people and the black and the brown people in all this? Because the West, for most of its history and to this day, doesn't count those people as human beings. It only counts white people as human beings. It literally, you don't qualify as a person. If you're black, you don't qualify. You're property. You're chattel. So when they put you in a chain, when they disappear you, when they slaughter you, whatever they want to do to you, it doesn't count. It's only fascism when you take other people that have light skin color and then you do something that you do to indigenous people to them, right? And so, but that's another thing that all of his Western historians, the Western education system, the so-called college system, because America doesn't have higher education, America doesn't have universities, it has hedge funds with SAT passing college professors teaching so-called courses that are being starved to death. Literally, we housed one of them. America doesn't have education system. It has a diseducation system, and it has a brain poison system. And the West doesn't really have one either. They don't really teach their history. If the West taught us history, everyone would hate themselves and they would want to defect from the West. They don't teach the real history. They don't. They can't. If they ever did, there would stop being a United States. There wouldn't be a United States. They'd be like, why the hell am I still an American? I hate myself. And it would be destroyed. Whiteness would be destroyed if there was actual history classes, which is why we need a 1619 project. We need to teach colonial history in American public schools and private schools and in public education. America can never teach actual history. If it ever did, it would stop existing. That's why it's starting to stop existing in a lot of parts where people are going, you know what? We're going to build our own mutual aid networks external to the United States. We're going to have this the Cherokee have their own hospital system. You've got all these projects all around going we're not going to wait for the government to come save us because America isn't, especially people of color communities. And that's increasing. Why is that increasing? Why is the 2020 and this loss of faith in the United States really rapidly increasing? Partially is because people are just randomly getting bits of truth from internet streams and the internet, which is why they're cracking down on anybody saying Black Lives Matter, or 3,000 people got their Twitter accounts deactivated when they said Breonna Taylor's name, because it will destroy the United States if they actually know their history. Everybody actually knew what it was, and also what the rest of the world is. it would destroy the United States because nobody would want to participate. A lot of people would just leave the United States. I think that's what's happening anyway. And a lot of people would be like, this is like an untenable, unexistible. So this is unconscionable. This is, and it's also, there's no future in it. And also I hate it to the core, you know, particularly women and queer people. Now the men, they still disproportionately are holding out for America to be made quote unquote great again. But I mean, at the end of the day, again, this is only going to hurt Americans. You know, Donald Trump did a great job. So I mean, ultimately, I don't like what he's done because he's disgusting and he made a lot of he brought out a lot of the worst characters in racism and American nationalism, and it's disgusting. But Donald Trump did an amazing job empowering the rest of the world. He plunged America. He accelerated the decline of the United States 5 years by America's own, by the Federal Reserve, the Harvard Institute of Economics, and the Aspen Institute. They've all done surveys, and they have highlighting the Pentagon, even the DoD, the military-industrial complex have come out and said the United States has been set back by years, 5 years. In terms of like when it was set, in terms of its economic growth relative to China, it has been set back by 5 years. Not just the COVID response, the trade wars, incompetent imperialism, alienating Europe and all of its international allies. It's Donald Trump's lack of solidarity. It's really, and as a native Hawaiian, I'm like, hey, accelerate the decline of your empire as fast as you want. Decline that motherfucker. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't want any like people like that to be in power. I don't want the suffering of all those people. But I mean, if you're gonna screw up if you're gonna crash your own Star Destroyers into each other that were killing the rest of the world, particularly Iraqis, particularly Afghanis, particularly the Palestinians, particularly the Syrians, particularly all of AFRICOM that continues to kill and cause civil wars and slave markets across Africa, where black people are starving to death and killing brother and sister with machine guns in their fighting over rice because America continues to starve Africa to death where it exists, and where other indigenous people from other parts of the world that we can't talk about because it freaks out all the Western audiences come out and actually do different things and help those people. And also in Latin America where the US back goes. So the faster that you accelerate your destruction, it really does benefit indigenous people and people of color around the world. That the Western descent is the indigenous future. And that's the title of the stream. And I mean, at the same time, I can't like celebrate and go like, oh yeah, keep killing yourself. No, I don't want that. You know, it's because it was on the 1.4 billion person country's public television. They said, what is it? I gotta get the exact quote because this is very important. It's very important. What was the exact quote? It was a very large country that's like not perfect, but is like moving towards socialism. Not a non-white country that's moving in the direction of socialism. That is a growing power. Let's just put it that way. And they said something very important. While they're watching the United States decline, while they're watching the fascist coups, while they're watching the economy collapse, the free fall, -4%. I haven't even gone through all the economic statistics yet, and there's so much to go through. It's just horrific. -4% growth for 2020, worse than already the cataclysmic since 1946, the worst economic loss of the United States. As it's, and that, again, in a war of spiritual vitality, because you can't have full-on hot war in this great power Thucydides trap sort of race. That is the measurement. America losing catastrophically. But this was the response. Let me see if I can find that. Shit. Crap, what is it? Shit. Fuck. Okay, I lost it. But basically, what was this? It was a non-white country that the United States is deeply been attacking and imperialized, has physically attacked, continues to engage in trade war, engages in propaganda war, in cyber war, in hybrid warfare against. And the country said, while it may be while we may want to look at America and celebrate its losses, to celebrate its self-destruction, to celebrate its decline, it is, you know, and it is immoral, and it is not becoming, and it is against our values to downgrade and to attack and to celebrate the demise of even somebody who calls himself an enemy. Because every enemy is always at present. Every enemy is a potential friend, and it destroys oneself to celebrate and take pleasure in another's decline. So again, this is like opposite of America, Britain, Australia, New Zealand, who rally every time something bad happens. They rub the salt in, they attack, they try to smear, and they just try to do everything they can, right, to make other countries look as bad as possible. And this country is going, we must not replicate what many of the imperial countries have done to us. When these countries are declining, we must look to the United States, despite what they have said about us, despite the racism against us, despite what their economic attacks, despite their military attacks, despite all of their propaganda, despite their attempts to start wars between us, to alienate us from the global economy. We must still view the United States as a potential, as currently as a potential friend. We must not celebrate their decline, which is why I don't celebrate the hurt and the losses of life and the people getting sick of COVID-19. I bring it up because you need to know this. You need to know that you're dying much faster than we are in Hawaii. That's why everybody's trying to fly to Hawaii, which is its own problem. But you need to understand. But But what we as Hawaiians also cannot celebrate. We cannot celebrate the destruction and death and the decline either, you know, because then that will warp who we are, right? And then it increases the likelihood that we will become, because the indigenous people will be running the future, we will become like you. We don't want that, because that's just going to repeat the cycle yet again. This needs to be the end of the imperial cycle. It's been 200 years of the U.S. empire. It's been 500 years of colonialism. It's been 2,000 years since the Roman Empire and the lost feudal, nasty, brutish, short nightmare of that era. And this imperial cycle must end. We cannot repeat this cycle by trying to be, again, a world where, you know, the Asian country or African country or indigenous country or, you know, Latin American country is on top, or some international allyship between them for global imperialism with the whites on the bottom. That's not where we want to go. And I think it is like incredibly important and also incredibly positive, and it's a very hopeful sign that the people who will, not if, the people who will govern, the people who will, not govern, the people who will lead in a mutual coexistence, the future world, have that level of self-awareness and humility. Because if they didn't, if these other people that I'm not gonna name are coming out and saying, and now after centuries of humiliation, colonialism, embarrassment, exploitation, genocide, killing, racism, and for Asian countries, yellow peril, and these exclusion and denial of our basic humanity, now we will rule the world, and we have many more people than in one of our countries. We have many more people than there are white people on the face of earth. Now, white people, you will see for the next 500 years what it is like to be colonized, because we will run the world. And they're not saying that. Whatever the next, that's another important difference between an indigenous people and an imperial people. When Britain took, when the Dutch, the East India Company and their slave trade, and the Spanish gave way to Britain didn't say, and now what we will do is we will live in peace with the world, and we will have equitable trade with equal development infrastructure in Africa, in South Africa, and in India, and we will all grow, and we will increase the birth rate of the Africans, and fund them because we are richer and they are poor, and we will fund them with infrastructure and very cheap forgivable loans that we will routinely forgive to Africa and India, because now that the Dutch and the Spanish Empire are over, we, the British, as the richest and dominant nation in economics at the present, we will not spit in the eye of Africa and of Latin America and of Asia and of India. We would not repeat the mistakes of the Spanish and we, the Protestant British and the Protestant American, we would not, against the Catholic, that was a big part of this, but we, the new empire, the British Empire, we will not repeat these mistakes. We will live in a mutually beneficial world where we lift and raise, we respect African culture and Indian culture in the 1700s and the 1800s, and we will raise their standard of living and their infrastructure and their education and their health and their housing and their technological level and their economies. We will raise Africa and India as British as leaders and wealthier nations with a kuleana, that's the Hawaiian word, with a responsibility. Now the Asian countries have a different word for that. It's not an English word, but we, the British, will raise the economic level of Africa and India in the 1700s, 1800s to as quickly as we can to our level. We will make them go faster than we are because we are disproportionately ahead of them, right? Or the French Empire or the American. And now we, the Americans, as we take over for the British, we see the errors in 1945 after the end of World War II. Now we see the errors of the British ways, right? And their ongoing inequitable development, their ongoing racism, their ongoing cultural imperialism, and their ongoing literal and full-on imperialism, and the 27 million people that Churchill killed in India, saying that they're a bunch of backwards natives. And now we, the American Empire, let us not look and insult and degrade the other powers of the world. Let us not repeat those errors, and let us bring America. We are so sorry to the Native Americans and the black people in our country. We are going to raise their economic prosperity higher than their birth rates of the indigenous people. 100. Now there are countries, there are indigenous countries with more people than the United States that raise the income of indigenous people faster than the native majority population, and have raised the birth rates by 150% faster than the ethnic majorities. They're raising their birth rates, education rates, increasing, giving them funding, more funding than the average ethnic majority, right? And America didn't go, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make sure we have technologically advanced indigenous Sioux populations who have huge blossoming cities that also reflect their own indigenous Sioux heritage, and they have Sioux. We're gonna give them very low cost education and prioritize them in the universities, which we will also de-radicalize. We will decolonize from its racism, and we will empower the Lakota, the Sioux, the Algonquin peoples, and also empower their language. And we're gonna have the Native Hawaiians learn their language as opposed to ban it, which is what the Americans did. Native Hawaiians will have a higher living standard than the average white American. In Hawaii in particular, their birth rate is going to be greater. Hawaiianness will increase. There will be more Hawaiians in America, in the autonomous zone of Hawaii. There will be more Hawaiians in the autonomous zone of Hawaii in 1990 than there were in 1890. You know, as opposed to Hawaiians declining and falling off the map economically and by numbers. And we Americans, we will empower the Native Hawaiians. We will not put them into foster care and kill and ban their language and eviscerate their culture by banning their culture and language. We will empower their culture. We will put the real Hawaiian culture, not a Disneylandified version. We will have actual Hawaiian controlled and operated economies. Honolulu will be owned and operated by Native Hawaiians with actual Hawaiian art, with actual Hawaiian dances under. Now, again, let me say this again. America didn't do this. And Hawaiians will benefit from the tourism if the Hawaiians see fit to allow tourism from America, from Asia, from other parts of the indigenous world to Hawaii. The Native Hawaiians will benefit first and foremost from the economic revenue from that tourism, if they so choose to do so. Because we as the Americans will not repeat the errors of our imperial predecessors. We will not be the British, who were the Spanish, who were the feudal, who were the Roman. We will not repeat these errors. We will not repeat these errors of our ways of going to other people. We will empower the ethnic minorities. We will increase their numbers. We will celebrate their actual culture, not fake Disneyland stripper versions in Waikiki for $7 an hour doing a bastardization of a sacred dance, sexy hip shaking, and put a bunch of these in every of the 330 million Americans Jeep Grand Cherokees waiting to go back and have another cultural prostitution of Hawaiians for millionaire white capitalist benefit. We, the Americans, will not repeat the British mistakes. We will have Hawaiians autonomous, the Hawaii Autonomous Zone, or just we'll give it back to the Hawaiians. How about that? It's just to be the Hawaiian country. And we'll just, because we were never legally there in the first place, we're going to take it home. And while we do that, we're going to give reparations, and we're going to make sure that the Hawaiians have an economic standing that is greater than the average white American, because they're a minority, because they deserve to be in part. Now, there are countries, there are indigenous peoples on planet Earth that have many times the population of the United States and all white people in the world, who treat indigenous people in their countries this way. But that's not what the United States does. You know what the United States does? You know what the United States does. You know what it does. You know what Germany does. You know what Spain does. You know what Britain does. You know what you do. You know, because you read the history. That's not the way that it has to. That's the difference between an imperial people and a colonized people. And with the money that, and with the empowerment that the Hawaiians have from these trade, with the Sioux indigenous technology, with a new uniquely Lakota, because they have this massive millions of people like the Bolivians educated in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, with nanotechnological like raven-shaped clothing that allows real-time solar charging of Lakota-made phones, or Bolivian phones made by Bolivians, indigenous people, with the, like, it's gonna, it'd be like, with their own tribal markings on their phones, with lithium from their country, trading with the Sioux for parts for high-speed rail, and Lakota rock and Lakota spacecraft, and native Hawaiian deep-sea submersible vehicles, and more advanced batteries than Tesla could ever imagine, because Hawaiians and Hawaiian de-acidification technology and carbon scrubbers. And we, the Americans, will celebrate all of the successes of these indigenous people's technology. We will come and visit as respectful tourists their actual places. We will go to the Lakota visitor grounds and see how they do their actual culture in the present with advanced technology. We will go to Bolivia and see the Bolivians and visit Bolivia and enjoy their dances and their songs, indigenous dances and songs, in their own technologically advanced society, and we will celebrate that. And the Hawaiians will have their own Hawaiian Hollywood, Hawaiian film industry, where they make their own films funded by their own people, without Netflix having to come in and throw some colonizer money at it and make 50 First Dates, Hawaii Five-0, and a bunch of white American tourist trap nonsense. And we'll have a Bolivian Hollywood, we'll have a Sioux Hollywood, an indigenous Native American Hollywood, where they can make their own movies with their own funding from their own economic activity, which is being also reinvested into their people to make media, games, and art about their own technologically advanced societies. Now, there are parts of the world, let me say this again, this doesn't sound like some kind of, that's Silver Spook, that's utopian, that will never happen, right? You could never have tens of millions, hundreds of millions of so-called indigenous people in Canada, North America, Hawaiians, Fijians, South and Central Americans, having more advanced societies than the white parts of North America and Canada. There's no way. And more wealthier. There's no way that you can do that. Well, let me submit to you that there are countries that we can't talk about on planet Earth who have higher birth rates of their indigenous minority peoples and different ethnic minorities. They are they have higher investment. They have higher, much faster growth of living standards and extreme poverty alleviation, and then university acceptance by actions by the larger majority ethnic population. They have more advanced technological advances coming out of those areas of the country. And everything that I just said is true for non-imperial parts of planet Earth that, again, outnumber every white person. There's more of these people. I'm not going to say which one, because we can't talk about that, because this is a Western imperial platform. But there are parts of the world that don't treat the indigenous people and other peoples as Again, that's the imperialism. As tools, as vectors of my own self-aggrandizement, wealth, sexual pleasure, land holdings increasement. There are parts of the world that do that. And again, that's the story. That's the main. That's where the story is. It's not in the West. The West is a dying, sad place. You know, and it would be a great world. Some of the indigenous futurists, some of the indigenous creators I'll be talking to tomorrow, imagine worlds in which colonialism either didn't happen, and then indigenous people have these advanced future societies. Right? Wakanda is just one of them. The Afrofuturism of Wakanda. That's just one. But that's Wakanda is just Africa getting started. Africa, when the colonial nightmare of the last 200 or 500 years of colonialism ends, because the United States and its Five Eyes countries can barely feed themselves and are collapsing shitholes, and they can no longer maintain their imperialism in Africa. Wakanda is just the 1.2 billion people of the indigenous people of Africa getting started. What the Africans will do will greatly surpass anything that America ever dreamt of. What the indigenous peoples of the world will do will surpass whatever any so-called great Western civilization figurehead ever dreamt of. And mostly they stole their ideas from indigenous people. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to burst your bubble. Wakanda is the slightest sliver of the smallest bit of icing on the cake, you know, that will be, you know, a sustainable cake made with a variety of cultures across the planet. Black Panther, while it's a great start, it is just, you know, it's still, it's like, but at the end, but the good CIA though. It's like there will be movies that don't even fucking have to feature any Five Eyes or any nuclear war. That part of the problem is this nuclear great power conflict. Imagine a future without the world enraptured in some kind of bizarre Cold War wrapped up in nuclear annihilation, bio annihilation. Imagine a world that persists in thousands of years of peace. I know it's unimaginable. It's literally unimaginable. But that is also what has happened in indigenous societies. Somebody not murdering somebody else and taking their stuff is unimaginable. In America, Britain, Europe, Canada, Australia, Germany, even locally in our little suburb, we're not doing it, but somebody is doing it for us. You know that somebody is doing it for you when you're in a Western country. Somebody, even if there's no, the German, you know, we got 35,000 troops and we try to withdraw 10,000 and, the Democrats stop that because no, this is how the world functions. You got even Donald Trump trying to withdraw troops from Iraq and Afghanistan to make good on promises, not even to good people, to white fascists, eco-fascists. No, we absolutely cannot stop this conflict in Afghanistan and Iraq. And this is what continues to run the Western world. But imagine a future in which one or another country doesn't have a military base or 800 in virtually every country on Earth. Imagine that world. That is... You want to get to Star Trek future? It's an indigenous future. The Star Trek future is a lie. The lie of the Star Trek is that it's going to be a white man, Captain Kirk, guiding a fully automated luxury communist society exploring the universe in peace. No. If anything, Discovery with an Asian and black leadership, and Asian and black women leading a interstellar galactic civilization in peace and prosperity with automated, that's the civilization. It's not going to be led by any Westerners because it's unrealistic. I mean, the closest thing, Star Wars is at least a little closer. Eternal warfare through the stars for millennia and for millions of years. That's the Western future. It makes sense. Star Wars, perpetual war and death and destruction, and everybody living in hell, trying not to starve from the famines that are knock-on effects of the war, going around killing each other, being forced to put on troops to make payments for Lockheed Martin and the gambling casino hedge fund managers on that one planet in episode 8. That is the perpetual future of the West. If the West continues to lead and the Imperial continues to lead the human race up through the solar system and through the galaxy, that's what it looks like. Now it's fun to watch movies about Luke Skywalker and lightsabers and Wookiees and Baby Yodas. That's fun. less fun to actually live in a world filled with death and destruction. Most people are suffering death, destruction, and had their entire peoples annihilated and turned into slaves. But you get to do the little fun romp. But the truth is, that's probably, you know, that's why I always bring up you know, Stormtrooper and Star Wars as metaphors for imperialism in the world, because, you know, it is a good metaphor, you know. But you know, and you can still play video games and like remember about this time in the universe, in the world, in the galaxy, in the solar system, on Earth, in the Martian colony. You can still watch hollow videos of what it was like when the barbaric Western empires still ran, still were the dominating, commanding heights of the societies and civilizations of Earth, right? You can watch those movies and you can play those games and remember, oh yes, I remember that was nightmarish, that was terrible. Oh my goodness, so many millions of people died. Everybody, the Americans, even the white Americans, were like living in their cars with 8-year degrees. Oh my goodness. And then people in Iraq, even worse. Wow, that was really terrible. And that was the Star Wars, the Earth Wars. Wow, that was a horrific imperial, just disgusting kind of sociopathic existence. Thank God that we live in the permanent. Thank God we're in the year 10,768 of the Federated Indigenous, Black Indigenous, and People of Color Socialist Federation of the Earth and the solar system. Thank God that's what we're in. You know, equitably. You know, maintaining, you know, habitats on Mars and on Europa without extracting all the resources. And everyone's wealth continues collectively to grow with nobody being left out. And cultures are different but respected, even though they speak different languages. And their actual differences are celebrated as opposed to used as vectors to oppress, split up, break unions, and cause wars. I mean, so thank God that we don't live in that horrific existence that Earth lived in through 500 years. Thank God that we're in the indigenous, actual survivable future, as opposed to the nasty, brutish, truncated, short cyberpunk dystopia that becomes a Mad Max dystopia that was an alternate version of our. Now you could play a video game in the actual functioning, fully automated luxury, indigenous, communist future, or in the fully automated luxury indigenous Aloha Aina future, because you should put some indigenous words in there. Your communism is cool. It's cool. It's great and all, but there's things that greatly surpass that and that were stolen and made into that. No, it's fine, but I mean, like, you know, you should, you know, fucking pay the OG communists and anarchists some goddamn support. Not that they're gonna ask for it, because they're not capitalists. I don't need your fucking, you know, visibility tokens. But anyways, I mean, thank God that we're in that. We're not in the collapsing hellscape. One of 75 different collapsing hellscapes. I'm reading Agency, the latest William Gibson novel right now, and it's even there. It's like, you know, you're still trapped in imperial Cold War nuclear mentality. Somebody's nuking someone. It's the Russians and Facebook are going to come and kill all of the good CIA agents. And the only thing that can stop a bad CIA with an empire and $800 billion of central bank printed quantitative easing infinity money is a good CIA agent with $800 billion of central bank printed money and global hegemony. And it's like, but I understand. You're writing for deeply imperial Cold War, liberal, upper class, highly educated, 6 PhD boomers. So I get it, and Gen Xers. So there isn't a solution. The closest you can get to is, let's have the good CIA and the good Wall Street and the good Wall Street bets. And that will be the best. The best we can hope for is controlled demolition of planet Earth, and then eventually we're all gonna die. Because ecocide and kleptocracy and plutocracy eats everything. And, you know, I'm reading those books and I'm like, this is so sad. But it is why the West can't actually have, there is no future. That's a science fiction. There's no positive future. It's all dystopia. It's all post-apocalyptic, or it's looking into the past. It's all like, there's so many alternate histories of the 60s and the 70s. You got the Queen. You got these set in, you know, the heyday of the West, right? The 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, America, Britain's heydays, or steampunk. It's always looking backward because there is no future there. There's only, maybe we have a good CIA agent saves 100 million people from not dying in nuclear annihilation a little bit longer. Like literally, the jackpot in William Gibson book is about everybody dies. 80% of Earth's population dies. So maybe 5 billion people have to die. But maybe 2 billion people survive another 100 years of nasty, brutish, upper class, nanotechnologically empowered, hot couture, Paris fashion weeks and Davos with, the Diamond Age characteristics until everybody dies from nuclear war. But that's not a good. These are not futures. These are stubs, as they would say in the world of the agency and the peripheral. These are stubs. The West is a stub. The actual future, an actual continuum, is the indigenous future. It's the decolonized future. And I love William Gibson writing. He's a very good writer. I interviewed William Gibson on this channel, right? The creator of the genre of cyberpunk, the godfather, who literally all of Cyberpunk 2020, by extension Cyberpunk 2077, and Shadowrun, Night City, and New York are literally lifted straight from William Gibson books. It's based. He's a great writer. He inspired all of this genre. But cyberpunk itself, in that sense, is itself a stub. It is self-truncating because it is deeply rooted in. It is a cautionary tale to prevent what we should not go down, when it's done right. But it does not provide solutions, other than let the good CIA do empire for another 5 minutes till you all die. That's not a solution. That's you've written yourself into you've written yourself into a Western Truman Show bubble. You're in your own matrix. You're in your own matrix in the West. You have to break out. And I'm jumping through 75 different sci-fi metaphors, but I mean that's what happens in my brain. So anyway, that's part of my Imperial Stormtrooper training. I know all of your media and all of your Harvard motherfuckers. Anyways, William Gibson didn't go to Harvard, but his father was in the agency, one of those alphabet soup. Anyways, but when you're and so to break out of the enclosed, confined space of a world in which there is no future but Grand Theft Auto reskinned with 80s retro future, an endless regurgitation of 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 1860s steampunk, 1870s, 1890s, historical revisualizations, like Lord of the Rings, rehashed number 3687, steampunk elves, Shadowrun demon, Shadowrun Diablo demons with Cthulhu tentacles coming out, cyberpunk demon elves in future Mars. So there is no future in the West because it cannot get past its imperial seed. There's no, it is an indigenous, so even more so, right? Why we need indigenous futurism, why we need Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And I would go to say, like, I think African peoples are an indigenous people. Asian peoples from their country, they are indigenous peoples. Not unanimously, but they are. And Black, Indigenous, people of color is not fully redundant, but there's a lot of overlap, And we need all of those Black histories and Black futures, like Nerio Corfor, like Octavia Butler is one of the first that were in that mode, but even more so we need the new ones now, right, from people that can see an actual livable future that is coming. The Anishinaabe futures, the South American indigenous peoples futures, the native Hawaiian futures, the native Maori futures in New Zealand. Asian science fiction actually is pretty amazing. It's actually it's a lot of the Asian science fiction, they don't always translate it, from the language, but I've read some of it. It's like way ahead of anything that's happening. It's like even their science fiction has already transcended most of what I've seen coming out of the West. When I'm reading it, I'm like, the West is you're still playing Cold War. You're still playing Cold War Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Cyberpunk Spy. Gibson, what the fuck? I mean, I know what the fuck. I know your audience is trapped in somewhere between a overturned window of CNN, MSNBC, Facebook, and the New York Times bestseller list. And it's a self-truncating matrix. It can't see beyond itself. But there is something beyond. But it's not gonna come out of the West. And unfortunately that means some people might have to actually learn some other languages. But I mean, shit. Everybody had to learn English. Some people could learn some other languages. It's only fair. Maybe a few people. The thing is, most of these things will be translated, I think. A lot of this will be translated. But I mean, it's only fair. Everybody in the world had to learn English. Maybe some people can, Google Translate and a lot of translation services will help. But there are some things that can't be translated. So anyway, Cyberpunk was a swan song for imagined futures. Past visions of the future. Yeah. Hauntologies. Yeah. It's like return of persistent elements of the past. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, there's one of the Gibson books is called Spook Country, you know, and it's kind of a hauntology. It's a hauntology of the perpetual Cold War, you know, as a perpetual returning to the past, right? And you know, now in like respecting elders and studying your roots and where you have come from is important. Like as a Native Hawaiian, the Kumulipo, the history and the cosmogony of Papa Wakea, Skyfather, Earth Mother, that collectively gave birth with the reign of Papa of Wakea onto Earth Mother at Mauna Kea, which just so happens to be the point where a $1.6 billion mega corporate capitalist international coup attempt with the scientific imperialism of Native Hawaiian United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples subversion, where the U.S. military, as you see in this slideshow, the U.S. military and police were deployed with the largest U.S. Police and military action in the history of the illegal state of Hawaii against the U.S. and backed, again, the 10th richest person on the planet, Gordon Moore, multi-billionaire, and the Gordon Betty Moore Foundation, Canada, the United States, India, and Japan. It is India and Japan who have some of the deepest colonial seeds within them, that have deepest reactionary elements. Unfortunately, but it's India, Japan, California, the United States federal government, a billionaire from Silicon Valley, Canadian Justin Trudeau, and 30 Canadian universities, the University of California system run by Barack Obama's Homeland Security Officer in Chief, Janet Napolitano, who broke the legs and arms of anthropology and engineering 206 college professors on the streets of San Jose and Berkeley for the crime of asking for a living wage as a college professor. Those same entities tried to crush the Native Hawaiians on our mountain on Mauna Awakea. And knowing the history of Mauna Awakea and knowing the history of what you tried, your empire, if you're American, you tried to do here, and I'm sorry, that's your empire. Your duty to overthrow it, you know? You pay taxes, you live in it. Unfortunately, it hurts you, but it's still yours. It's just your job. Or you disaffiliate with it. You could be anti-racist, actively anti-racist and anti-white and anti-imperialist, or you're not revolutionary. You're just neutrality in the face of Nazi Germany is siding with the Nazis. But the history is important, just as the history and the cosmogony of the way that we came to be as Native Hawaiians. In our understanding and that history, which we don't like go, oh, and so we're gonna be exactly the way that we were 300 years ago. No, we all move forward and we all change and grow, and we're not a monolith either. There are Native Hawaiian artificial intelligence programmers making cyberpunk adventure games that are anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist in worker-owned cooperatives, trying to move the planetary conversation forward. Hopefully, by like myself. Maybe I'm just talking to myself, but I don't know. Who cares? That's what we're trying to do. And then there are also Native Hawaiians who are growing and remembering the past of what we did. Well, we are growing food as well, because that's all partially our duty. But my brother and my sister is the maintainer of the language. She has a degree in the language from a Hawaiian university, which is it's important. It's the Big Island University that isn't full of internal academic colonialism of gatekeeping and saying, oh, Native person, I don't believe what you said unless you show me an accredited professor at an accredited university with X and Y and Z data points. It's called imperial academic colonialism that still persists. But my sister got a degree from part of the illegally occupied state of Hawaii that's the least colonized. It's the Big Island University. But anyways, and all of this history and maintenance of the past is important. But when you're doing a hauntology of imperialism, what you often end up doing is regurgitating and repeating, as the Spanish did, as the Spanish gold morphed into the British tea and tobacco, and Americans who made their wealth off the tea and the tobacco took the Spanish gold and then the British tea and the British, the British flash aristocratic wear of America's textiles and cotton, And the Americans took the British cotton and with that wealth got the Iraqi oil and the South American bananas and the Asian cheap labor and the African cheap labor. And so when you do a hauntology in a broken, corrupt, permanently just broken societies and cultures and civilization, barbarisms masquerading as civilizations, that's what the West is, you're going to keep repeating these problems. The best that you can hope with a hauntological cautionary tale of science fiction, of cyberpunk, is a cautionary tale, which is why, like, even Neofeud, that's why I say I'm half stormtrooper. That the purpose of Neofeud doesn't venture too far into the solutions. It is mostly a cautionary tale. It exists exclusively within Coastlandia, which is a synthesis of the worst ghettos of Johannesburg, a favela in Brazil where people are dying as they're being their places are burning down, trying to siphon a day of electricity off of spaghettied wires from massive gated neo-feudal plutocratic armed AK-47 and razor wire guarded palaces. It's real. It's South Africa, it's Mexico, it's London, it's Honolulu, Hawaii, and it's Los Angeles ghettos where everybody's dying of typhus and cholera in tent cities and Skid Row combined. That's what Coastlandia is. But that's the imperial metropole. It doesn't describe the indigenous future yet, right? And it is indigenous made cautionary tale game, but again, I myself didn't have enough. I have more of what an indigenous future looks like now. That's what Neofeud 2, I hope has. It is, you know, I said I'm half Stormtrooper and I'm half Ewok. I'm not Ewok, but I'm half Indigenous and half Stormtrooper, right? I mean, it's in my mind. So I have to bridge these gaps. So my duty is to bridge these gaps as best as I can. Because there's a lot of people who don't speak good English. And that means they're stupid, right? Like Luna Oi, people look at Luna, oh, she has an accent, that means she's stupid. But I can speak in the Harvard academies, the high snobiety British sesquipedalian, which is just a bullshit word that means like trying to gatekeep people based on their capacity to pronounce unpronounceable rule-free English language words. I can speak to some of those people who can't see past their own giant upturned nose, star-spangled or Union Jack nose. They can't fucking see past it, but I can maybe bridge some of that gap and also reach some of the, I mean, most Native Hawaiians are probably not going to play Neofeud. I mean, I hope that one day this is going to change. Now, there are a lot of indigenous people who have played it, but I recognize that it's a game that is not the most accessible in terms of language. But part of my duty is, I think, if there's anything, is to reach those people who are in high places of power, particularly in surveillance capitalism and in tech, in Amazon and Google, which are huge seats of imperial power, and try to turn them to turn the Star Destroyers on their own empire, you know. And that's what it's. I mean, I applaud the Google employees for unionizing themselves, and it should be noted, it is a person from a colonized country, India, which actually disproportionately sends so many of its people to America. Sundar Pichai, I mean, these people, I mean, you know, unfortunately, a lot of the times they too much of the colonizer becomes them, and then they become what? You can go from half Stormtrooper trying to fight for the side of the resistance, and then you can go full empire. You know, it happens. It can happen. You can feel it every second. I can feel it every second of the day when I look at things and I look at how could I make money from this, and I go, wait, that mentality is how you have been trained for 37 years of your life. And there are so many Indians actually in Silicon Valley that run things. The current CEO of Google, so many of the employees of Google, and it isn't an Indian employee who said, one of the historically colonized people who said, we need to work together. And it is disproportionately women, under our patriarchy are a more oppressed, imperialized people, women and people of color, and trans women, people of color especially, and trans women also, who do a lot of the unionizing and the organizing and the on-the-ground work, because of the historical and material conditions, right? And so, but anyway, but Neofeud 2, now that I have a lot more access to my actual culture, and I've actually practiced like and seen like more of an actual existing indigenous future. The Big Island of Hawaii is an indigenous future. Are you kidding me? The Big Island of Hawaii is doing better in the United States on COVID-19, on housing, on food insecurity. We have less food insecurity. We have better housing. We have more access to healthcare. We have more access to roads and clean water than the shithole United States. Big Island of Hawaii, not Oahu. That's America too much, unfortunately. But the Big Island, the East Side, is an indigenous future. So I've been able to live in an indigenous future. So that's why Neofeud 2. I hope it has more of that. That's what some of the picture, like the picture that I'm using, some of the pictures that I'm using for tomorrow's stream are that. But yeah. So again, that's partly a self-criticism. Like, we can't only live. We do have to still address the current empire. We do have to still address it. We have to still understand it. Unfortunately, which is not fun. You don't want to it's kind of like people like weeding through what are the Nazis saying today, but you don't want to spend too much time in there because then it destroys your mind, takes away all your spoons, sets them on fire, and throws a swastika on the fire-ridden ash. And you can't spend too much time, but you do have to understand what the United States is, at least enough to end the empire and all of its allies and puppets, so that you can deal with it. But simultaneously, we also have to be looking to what comes after that, because otherwise, you are just going to repeat. You're going to repeat, like even very intelligent, highly educated, 3 PhDs, people who like read every book on planet and they've built on the planet. Well, maybe not every book, but all of the New York Times bestsellers, which don't always help you get more educated, but they definitely help you make up more sesquipedalian words and neologisms. But you can be extremely well educated in an imperial university and academic and intelligentsia culture, and still be encaged. And your mind could still be incapable of imagining certain things that need to be imagined. You can actually be dumber if you read too much. If you read too much imperial New York Times bestsellers and the pinnacle of academia books, if you're in academia, you know this. A lot of it is just like self circle jerks of people who have $200,000, $100,000 salaries. Particularly not nowadays, less so, but you can get tenure. All you got to do is just keep, basically circle jerking all the right professors, putting all the right footnotes, citing all the right people. It's like Wall Street. It's neo-feudal in a lot of ways. Profess undying fealty and cite all the right names and research papers, and you can and they'll cite you. They like Donald Trump. You help me, I help you, and then we can increase our standard. We can get a tenure track. We can get higher accreditations. We're gonna go to the right conference, shake the right hands. And whether or not the word salad that you produce, like Jordan Peterson, one of the in the top 1% of Canada, hasn't. I've read some of his books. This is just like a what I seen like third graders, just like saying I saw spot ran down the street and then just like copy and Xeroxing that 20 times to make word salad to make a 1.5 page length assignment for a creative writing, third grade class. I've seen better writing for third graders than from fucking Jordan Peterson. And that guy has he has a 8-year philosophy doctorate degree in psychology from an accredited Western university. What does that say about the Western universities? Never mind him. And not just him. I have family members who are like, literally told me, Chris, you should go into academia. You should go into academia in America or Canada. You go into certain departments, all you gotta do, just write book. My wife's writing a book. She's writing a book. It's like 500 words. 2 people are ever gonna read it. They're gonna just read the Cliff Notes version of it. They don't care. They're gonna sign off on it. She's gonna give her dissertation. You're getting $80,000, $90,000. Now that was a little while ago, before the university system became hedge funds with educational wallpaper. America doesn't have universities anymore. They just have hedge funds that bid up the price of water in California for dying of thirst Hispanic and Black communities, for Harvard alumni. But when there were universities in the West, they'd be like, you could all you gotta do, you just come and then you write a bunch of gibberish into a book. Don't make it completely gibberish, but you grease all the right palms, use all the right big words. Boom, you got $100,000 a year for 50 years of your life. You're set. And I was like, that's a great scheme. And also what you got to do is gatekeep all the indigenous Black people of color who want to attack the U.S. empire. Make sure to gatekeep them. and then keep actual radical activity out. Give them just enough power in academic circles, but make sure, and if you have any indigenous black people of color in academia, make sure to filter out all the radicals and make sure they don't get too high up, and don't let that's why Haunani Trust isn't around partially. And a lot of people get ousted, as admitted by even Native Hawaiians. And if you're a Native Hawaiian, make sure that if you're a higher level in the academic system, in the academic circles in the university system, make sure that you can reward some Hawaiians and Cherokee and Sioux and Black and Hispanics in the university system, but make sure that they tailor all of their, if they start getting higher and higher, make sure they go more and more liberal, okay? Filter them into the empire to sanitize and recuperate them and incorporate them back into the structures of power and hierarchy. Don't let them actually do anything radical, because you know why? Because that would be unfortunate. That's our job. That's what the CIA gives us all this money to do. Because otherwise, if we do anything other than that, that's going to be really problematic for the structures that maintain our global imperialism. And how are we going to get our cheap fucking oil and Baby Yoda t-shirt cotton from all the places that we've outsourced all of the black slavery to? I mean, we're not going to be able to do that if we don't continue to just like sit around and do nothing in the university and academic world, but fucking give ourselves hand jobs. How are we going to sit around and write neo-imperialist novels that use big words but don't move forward and keep hauntologically repeating and redoing the same mistakes of the Spanish, the British, and the French, and the Roman Empire? How are we going to keep repeating our mistakes if we change anything in academia, in the intelligentsia, in the coastal liberal elites that run a lot of the competent imperialism? How are we going to keep benefiting from this imperialism if we don't just keep paying lip service to black and indigenous and people of color, and put a black Kamala in high place, and then put out an article in the left, right, and center media on interactive CNN, which is Twitter, and interactive Fox News, which is Facebook, about how Facebook and Donald Trump destroyed America? I mean, how are we gonna, and put that in the New York Times bestseller list, and then have everybody reading that, so that William Gibson is writing books exclusively about Russians and Donald Trump and Facebook fucking stopping the good CIA from having a nice habitable planet for maybe 50 years, and then everybody dies from starvation and greed? How are we gonna keep having shitty regurgitations of Western imperialism till we all die if we start exploring and enabling and listening to voices beyond the wall of interactive CNN and all the shadow banned people and all the people that don't speak English as a first language? How are we ever going to maintain that system? That's an important question that academics in the university system have to ask themselves. How are you complicit in your own imperialism? Especially you, because if you're in academia and you have the tools, you have the educational and critical analysis tools to deconstruct imperialism, how are you enabling it in your own space? I mean, I know, and this is not, I'm not saying that, I'm not telling you right now you got to go quit your job, but I am telling why. But I do call it a lot of times the computer programmers working on artificial intelligence and advanced neural networks and adversarial networks for the U.S. military and for Silicon Valley, which is the same thing as the U.S. military. And that's something that you have to inquire and ask yourself. And also, if you're writing futures, like somebody actually, like Kaya on the stream on Thursdays actually said, somebody asked, I'm a white person, I'm thinking about becoming a YouTuber, what should I do? Like I've had some problems, but I'm thinking about making leftist YouTube videos. And Kaya said, we don't need, I mean, I'm gonna be really brutally honest right now. I don't think we don't need any more white YouTubers. We don't need any white leftist YouTubers. I mean, it's not, you're taking up space in the conversation. And I mean, like, I'm not gonna tell anybody what to do, but if you are taking up space, if you are not anti-imperialist and you're gonna start a white person with your white face, taking up millions of hours of eyeball time of people watching non-revolutionary stuff, I mean, that is kind of a waste of people's eyeball and ear and neural brain cycles and spoons. Hey, people are like, I only got so many spoons to watch YouTube videos. I want to watch 2 today. Oh, what's on my feed? Oh, look at this white person talking about leftism. And if you are not going to be like platforming actually revolutionary activity, which is what? Pushing for the indigenous future and deconstructing the empire. If you're not going to be pushing for that, you are wasting time and space. Make a goddamn Disney. I mean, fucking, how many white ass people make millions of dollars? PewDiePie made $50 million playing fucking video games, screaming the N-word. I mean, just do some stupid ass capitalist liberal bullshit if you're gonna do that. Really. I mean, really, you know? I mean, we can use the face because white people will listen to people that aren't white if they're mainstream Westerners. That's true. But if you're going to tell them things that they don't need to know, and then put that off as we're doing a revolutionary activity, that's again, you're not actually hurting the Native Hawaiians, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, the Africans, the South Central American indigenous people, and the Native. You're actually hurting yourself when you do that, because we, you know, the indigenous people will transcend you, but you won't transcend your own ontology. So you're really doing yourself a disservice when you're diseducating your own Americans when you do that. It's actually, again, this is not. If I wanted to make a lot of money, you know what I and do and benefit myself, you know what I would do? I would go around and tell people, oh my goodness, thank you so much for, you know, not being racist to me and not saying the N-word. That's enough. Thank you so much for like retweeting one time what I said. You are a good person. Here, buy one of my shirts, and that gives you a get out of white guilt free card. That get out of colonizer guilt free card when you buy one copy of Neofeud. You're a good person. If I wanted to make a lot of money, that's what I would say. There's a lot of people that do that. Sean King, a lot of people that go, Kamala Harris, Obama, they go, oh, America is a great country. There's a little racism, but you can be great. All you gotta do, vote for me, give me power, give me prestige, give me. If I wanted to make a lot of money, have a lot of power, I would just do that. I've been trained to do that. Weaponize every advantage you have against the enemy or against the masses to your own money, power, profit, prestige, success, and self-aggrandizement. When I tell people this stuff, people don't like to hear this. I know, I can watch people disappearing off of streams all the time. But it's not for me. This is not for me. This is not for the Hawaiians. Ultimately, this is for Americans. It's for the people who are homeless right now, who are starving right now, who we have housed here at the Silver Spook commune because they were homeless college professors. It's for those people, and they're white, many of them, not all of them, but many of them are white. It's for those people. Now obviously the black and indigenous people are having a harder situation in the United States than the brown people in the United States, but it's just for all the white people there as well. You know, it's to so that you can sooner get to a place where you live, where you can be 25 years old, have a 3-bedroom house. I mean, I'm talking about in concrete material conditions, not meta. I try to talk in concrete material. Somebody said, oh, Silver Spook, your streams are all emotional appeal. I mean, I'm trying to talk in concrete material numbers. I'm giving, I cite specific, sometimes hyper specific. Some people complain too hyper specific with 75-word sentences, but I mean, I try to cite specific numbers because to set it in an imperial reality. We live in a 3-bedroom house with an additional 25 by 22 foot studio with functioning water. The roof has to be patched up. We did about 25 square foot of drywall, but the house is functional. We have a food garden. We have 50 kalo plants which are highly nutritious tubers growing in the front. We have healthy food. We have neighbors that are growing acres of bananas, taro, kalo. Also living in with high-speed internet, with cheap, accessible electricity, internet. Working less than 20 hours a week. People who you can work. I know people who work at Walmart who own houses at the age of 20. Not with mommy and daddy's billions. Material conditions for you, right? You think about you. Think about your mom. Think about your dad. Think about your family. Think about your comrades. Think about your friends, your found family, your trans friends. Think about their disabled friends, right? Think about your disabled and trans allies and people of color allies. If you don't care too much about yourself, how can the accelerating the rate at which what we have in the decolonized parts of the Big Island of Hawaii get to you faster? Right? As opposed to, oh, how can we help Americans become, how can you, it's not going to happen. You know, that's part of my point. The sooner that you get to the point of full, actual revolutionary, the full point of actual being a revolutionary comrade, which as Evo Morales, leader of an actually mass, again, in material conditions, MAS, the movement of socialism, with successful 85%, even in your own social, even by socialists. See, the indigenous people of Bolivia, they have their own descriptions of what they're doing as well. But in the words of the Western leftism, Marxian economists and that who also work with Evo Morales, they had an 85% general strike. They have collective mass empowerment, not just some electoral victories, and they have mass poverty alleviation of extreme poverty. All these things. They have material improvements to their people and their society. They had a fascist coup backed by Elon Musk. We will coup whoever we want, and the United States and Germany and all the imperial Western powers again. And they undid, in material conditions, they undid a fascist coup, and now they are not perfect, but they undid a fascist and neoliberal coup, because neoliberalism and fascism come together. As the competent imperialists currently in Biden's cabinet, who are also in Obama's cabinet, have repeatedly said on Twitter in public, because I don't know why you do that. Why do you say that? Don't you know, that's not very competent actually when you say that shit on the Twitter. So that Silverspook and people like who tell the truth, unlike everything in the Western media, we can go and repeat these things that you've said. That Biden, the Trump-Rubio doctrine represents a incompetent imperialism that is a wind in the sails of the Latin American left. That was the national security advisor under Obama, currently advising Biden. So the material reality is millions of people out of poverty, fascist coup undone, neoliberalism retreating in Bolivia, right? How is America doing? I mean, and you can look around, look at the country. I'm not going to tell you because, again, this is going to get me shadow banned. There's a country on Earth that has, you know, let me read it off real fast. There's a country on Earth that has 76% of planetary poverty alleviation, and it was a country of an indigenous people. That was a colonized country. And when you leave it out, the world, global capitalist structure, even the anarchists and socialists, everything that they've done, the Western anarchists, is basically negative relative to one country. The entire global poverty alleviation is one country. You take it out, the world is falling into poverty. Capitalism, Bill Gates, the WTO, the Atlantic Council, Britain, Germany, and the Five Eyes, they cite this global poverty alleviation and this world getting better. It's a one country that they routinely want to annihilate, destroy, and crush, and have been trying to for a long time. And it's 800 million people. It's 2.5 United States worth of people brought out of extreme poverty. That's not where they stopped, though. They keep going. That's material condition changing. How's America doing? How's the American left doing on the material condition change? You had a little 1930s. People went from abject, complete Western settler poverty to settlers having a nice house in the 1950s. Good job. Not even majority of the country for white settlers with racism and fascism and sexism and patriarchy still involved on the back of imperialism. That's not a success story. And then what are you now? Even worse off than you were in the 20s. How is it the Western left is a joke? I'm so sorry. In terms of material benefit compared to what indigenous and Asian and other and African and other peoples around the world have done. The indigenous left is the greatest success story in the history of the centuries. The Western left is abject failure. Vietnam alone, you know, is from bomb to the Stone Age, death from above by AC-130s, gunning down children in rice paddies, Agent Orange and napalm. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Unhinged, Academy Award winners in Apocalypse Now, setting on fire all of their jungle and their villages, burning them to a crisp. Millions of people getting sick and children coming out like jellyfish from cancer. Bombed into no infrastructure, no housing, no nothing. Pooping in ponds like Luna Oi. In the lifespan of Luna Oi, going from abject poverty, no waste treatment, extreme poverty, to the country having a better quality of life than the United States of America in less than 50 years. Makes a mockery of anything that anyone in all of the United States, Canada, and Europe put together could ever hope to accomplish. So it's just a complete joke. And and the reason why I bring that up is because, and they're not stopping with that. You know, they are continually moving up and up and up the scale. And again, let me say that again. The Big Island people, the native Hawaiians of the Big Island, the most decolonized parts of the Hawaii, and the Vietnamese people as an anti-imperialist people, have a better quality of life as a whole, in every, from education to homelessness, to housing, to electricity, to and dignified housing, not just like having walls. That's not housing. If your walls are 100-year-old asbestos and bedbug filled walls that haven't been repaired forever, which is most cities of the United States, you are unhoused. You are undignified housed. You are in toxic housing, which is where most of actual Americans actually live. You ever been to Philadelphia? You ever been to the Rust Belt? You ever been to LA? The whole place is a shithole, with the exception of a handful of beautiful sky towers where the 1% live. Most of America is like, you would be counted as like underhoused at best or homeless in a lot of these East Asian countries. 90% of the population have a quarter acre or more of land where they can go back if they have trouble in an area where they can use the land to grow rice or other things to benefit themselves. Not enough to be rich, but enough to benefit themselves and a place for them to live. Nobody in America has that, because the rich have all of the land. Vietnam is better than America, has surpassed America. In Vietnam is an indigenous future. Vietnam is 60 times less malnutrition deaths. It has magnitudes less homelessness. It has universal health care. It has accessibility health care. It has the best COVID response. It has the most technologically advanced pandemic response in the face of Earth. More advanced than America, Britain, Canada, Australia. Even America's great white hope of New Zealand pales in comparison to Vietnam. 20 times more deaths per capita. And New Zealand is horrific. And you look at the racism, horrific. Inequality, not good, terrible. There is no Western country that even come close to indigenous countries in terms of actually doing what socialism and anarchism say they want to do. Not even close. So do you need to learn from these people for your good, you know? And I know I've said that like 75 times, but I have to keep saying it, because every time I say that, I know it's gonna take a long time for it really to get through. And I cite these specific numbers because it's like, you can look these up. You think I'm making this shit up? You think, oh, Silver Spook, every time I talk a white person in my stream, in comments, or in person, they say, oh, Silver Spook, you're making this shit up. It's hyperbolic. The Vietnamese can't actually be doing better than the Americans. No, fucking look it up. Don't look it up on Reuters. Don't look it up on CNBS. Don't look it up on Faux News. Don't look it up on fucking global military industrial complex propaganda rags, which is like almost all the Western media. Because you're gonna find a bunch of news stories to try to sell more bombs and weapons and guns and promote global imperialism and crush any country attempting to move in the direction of socialism. Luna Oi has a lot of resources from Luna's Twitter and channel that you can look directly up. Because they're gonna try to bury. They try to bury anytime a news story. I just was reading a story on the COVID-19, and it was like Taiwan doing very good on COVID-19, like leaving out Vietnam. The whole year, they're like Taiwan, America's favorite fucking most reactionary elements, where it wants to sell a bunch of bombs and weapons and to increase imperialism. Taiwan doing good if they cite an Asian country, but it's just like Europe, Germany doing very good, New Zealand doing very good, New Zealand doing very good. It's because New Zealand is a fucking Five Eyes imperial fucking country backing the United States military industrial complex, like Australia, selling tanks too. You know how I know this? Because I know some people who work in New Zealand. They're like, yeah, I'm selling tanks. I'm selling fucking tanks. We're getting millions of dollars from the government to go on social media, and go on Twitter and write fake news articles that talk about X and Y and Z humanitarian crisis, or X and Y and Z invasion or threat, and then sell more bombs and military. I'm a fucking tank. I'm a tanky. I'm a New Zealand tank salesman. Or I live and work. My mom and dad, or my cousin, my sister was a fucking homeless New Zealander squatting in a fucking tent city in downtown Auckland, and now she's selling tanks. Like, the tankies are the Americans of the West. Are you kidding me? It's just a joke. It's like, got a bunch of Western imperialists throwing the word tanky all over the place. But it's like, you're the fucking tank salesman in New Zealand, in Australia, in Canada, in the UK, in America. Are you kidding me? You're the fucking tanky. You're the tank salesman. Anyways, literal tank salesman and Tomahawk missile salesman. Vietnam, let me say that one more time. Vietnam is an indigenous people The Vietnamese people are an indigenous people, indigenous to Vietnam. The reality of Vietnam, okay? Hanoi, Da Nang, these are indigenous future cities that have already surpassed the United States. That is the post-ontological world. You know, it's not some Shenzhen cyberpunk. Let's ejaculate over clustered cities that look like worse versions of America. You know, this is an indigenous future. This is an indigenous future. Okay, this is an indigenous future. That's an indigenous future in the present that's doing better than the United States. That has more equality. That has economic progress, that is better, that is growing in economics, and that is being shared on a broad-based way. That's an indigenous future. And there's another country that I can't talk about because everybody's gonna flip out. But let me just get you one. There's one. Where the hell is it? This. You know, where the fuck is it? Where is it? Okay, this is an indigenous future. This is an indigenous. I'm not gonna say where because everybody's gonna flip out and leave. So, but this is an indigenous future. Okay, this is an indigenous future. You see? Do you see how like it's an indigenous people? Just don't forget about where this is. Forget about who cares where this is. Okay, do you see this architecture? Okay, do you see the people that are an ethnic minority in a country? It's an ethnic minority in a country. Oh, this is also on a Western site. I find that funny. With a clean city with signs in their language, you know, imagine the native Hawaiians with buildings built by them for them, with signs in their Hawaiian language, run by them, with a birth rate 150% of white birth rate, and their culture and language and people empowered and growing, as opposed to dying out like in Hawaii, like in a lot of the reservations with the United States. Now, if they survive, it's against the United States, right? This is an indigenous future. That's an indigenous future. You see that? That's an indigenous. This is the future. This is the future, because there is no Western imperial future. That's the future. But with even better. But this is just the beginning. You know, this is just the beginning. This is you know, that's an indigenous future where people have better quality of life, where people have jobs, where people work. Actually, people work and they actually harvest cotton, and they also live in 3-bedroom houses. But when you tell a Western, oh my goodness, this people on planet Earth in a country that isn't white is picking cotton, it must be like slavery, because that's the only way that cotton can be harvested. To me, an American, a British, a Canadian, with all this deep-seated white colonial guilt in my fucking brain, the only way to pick cotton, possibly, is to pick it with people with bits in their mouths, with a white man with a Confederate flag on his arm and a whip in his hand, lacerating the back of brown or black skin. That's the only way to pick cotton. That's the only way to harvest sugarcane in Hawaii, is with Chinese people or non-white people paid horribly. That's the only way to pick cotton. That's the only way to do agricultural labor. Americans don't want to do these jobs because somebody's got to do the motherfucking jobs. But this is deep Western imperial denial. They're picking cotton over there. They must be like slaves, like what we did. But remember, again, remember the words of a people that we cannot mention. We absolutely cannot mention these people. These people are like banned from the internet. They can never be mentioned again until there is no Western countries. Let us not repeat the mistakes of it is not becoming, it is not moral, and it corrupts one's character and one's values to look down and to spite and to laugh at the misfortune of people who are now considered enemies, because one day they will be friends, and it corrupts oneself. To repeat these mistakes, to live as unequals, would be to forsake what makes us this indigenous people X, right? That's an important value that has to be perpetuated. And you can work as a person picking cotton? Because somebody has to pick it. Are you for the working class, or particularly if you're a leftist, you should be for people. If cotton must be picked, the people who pick cotton should deserve to live in 3-bedroom houses with running water, with clean water to drink, with sewage systems that are not full of typhus and cholera, unlike the United States, which is has a hookworm, typhus and cholera epidemics from the rural to cities. People deserve healthcare to pick. If cotton must be picked, those people should live with. The dollar amount is not so much what matters. What matters is the quality of life of the people, right? And the people that pick cotton there live better than people who make $100,000 in a Western imperial country, even as white people. By the admittance of these own people, and these are people that pick the cotton are actually Muslim, and they're a minority in their country. Imagine a Muslim minority in a country that has a very powerful majority and is a superpower. Right? You immediately, wait, what we did to Muslims is murder them all and displace 37 million. So that must be what they're doing. This is your Western imperial deep structures in your mind. This is not what it is. Imagine a people who do agricultural work and have good quality lives, and their children go to excellent schools, learn their own language, and they go on to college disproportionately. It'd be like if 3 times more Black and Indigenous and Hispanics went to good colleges, and their wealth was growing much faster than white people in the United States. And they had entire cities, autonomous African American zones, autonomous Indigenous cities that people loved and cherished traveling to. 150 million people just love traveling to the Indigenous Sioux environmentally sustainable cities to enjoy Sioux culture, Indigenous Lakota culture with advanced manufacturing. And maybe if they have to harvest some agricultural cotton, they do that too. And the people in the Sioux city in the Sioux rural area that harvest that cotton get paid enough and live with 3-bedroom housing and better quality of life than Americans, right? Doesn't that sound unimaginable in America, where you have like Indigenous and Hispanic and Black people growing at a faster rate with higher educations, with better quality of life than the average white American? Doesn't that sound? But that's your imperial mind. That's your imperial culture. That's not how it is. I know it's like, you're like, oh, is that even possible? That's impossible. It's impossible. And it works. So if you work for the Five Eyes imperial countries, all you got to do is say, somebody's picking cotton. Here's a picture of a child in a factory. It's actually just a park that was built by the ethnic majority for free, and schools and hospitals and fire departments better than the United States, built for free for the Indigenous people. But go off, Sean King. But go off, blue checkmark King. All right. And in the Western New York Times consumer, even the Gibson board reader, unfortunately, liberal elite will eat that shit up because, I want to feel like I'm a caring, good person. Oh, look at this poor child. Let me back the imperial capitalist regime. There are parts of the world that treat other people that are different, and Muslim people and Black people, not perfectly and not always perfectly, but they treat other people with respect, and they acknowledge their benefit, their differences, and they don't just talk about racial healing and talk about economic inequality and righting historical wrongs. They actually do it. I know it's hard to imagine in a country that has never had a government. It's only had a handful of janitors for the ultra rich. America doesn't have a government. It has like corporate. It's a joke, or it's a government for the empire, right? It is your government. It's your duty to overthrow it, but never do anything illegal. It's your duty to fight against imperial powers everywhere. Never do anything illegal. That's in a video game. But there are parts of the world where governments function. I know it's like hard to imagine. Like in the government, any sufficiently advanced mutual aid organization and group of people is indistinguishable from some form of government. Now, in the Big Island, there's informal and then there's formal, right? Like I said. And a lot of the governing happens in an informal way. And the same thing in Vietnam. They have a lot of laws, they don't follow them all. Same thing in these other places, right? And there are parts of the world where when a government official says they're gonna do something, the thing happens. Because they actually have masses of people who are class conscious, who are politically engaged, unlike the United States, where you watch infotainment, car crash television, pretending to be some kind of educational politics, and then you vote for whichever white supremacist, fascist, fucking racist. You know, Fox News was the most consumed channel for 18 years straight. That's your country. I'm sorry, not every country has quote unquote freedom of speech, which is freedom for the ultra rich to propagandize everybody whichever direction they want. But you live in if you're in America, you live in it's an abysmal country with an abysmal education system, an abysmal news and information dissemination system, and an abysmal government. But there are other parts of the world where like stuff actually gets done. Hard to imagine. I know it's hard to. I couldn't imagine it either because I lived in Honolulu where it took them 10 years, it took 20 years to build a rail that's supposed to take 5 years and $210 billion. You know, it's like twice, 200% over budget, still not done yet. They talk about homeless alleviation. There's 10 times more homeless in Hawaii and Honolulu where I was supposed to be helping alleviate. America, Honolulu, Hawaii, and the rest of America doesn't have social work. It doesn't have poverty alleviation. America has mass impoverishment with social work, poverty alleviation characteristics. There is no help for America. I'll tell you, and it makes me sad to say it. I worked as a social worker. The area that I was from, that was supposed to have lifted people out of poverty, to have reintegrated Native Hawaiians, people of color, poor asylum seekers from Honduras, Filipino, U.S. imperialist, fascist escapees from their fucking lives trying not to get shot by Duterte. I was supposed to empower these people and the poor white people and black people who are in the neighborhoods of Honolulu, Hawaii as a social worker and STEM teacher. My ostensible job, my job description was to provide opportunities for all people of Hawaii and Honolulu in particular to live a happy, healthy, productive life and to decrease poverty, backed by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, backed by every fucking billionaire philanthropist in the West, which are all fake. They don't do anything net. It's all negative, it's all fake, it's all airbrushing. And I worked as one of these people, as a social worker, doing poverty alleviation. And while yes, a lot of kids did, maybe hundreds, didn't end up in prison immediately, the overall net benefit, the overall net effect in the area that I'm from is there are 2 to 3 times, I don't know exact numbers, but it's every time I go back, it's worse. There are many times more poverty, more people unhoused, more people with the water is getting worse. People's livelihoods are getting worse. Their economic stance is getting worse. America does not have a poverty alleviation syndrome, a system. It does not do it. Even it's philanthropists, it's nonprofits. Bill Gates. America produces net billions of poverty. It's only for a country that we cannot mention that there is any decrease in global poverty. Nothing to do with the West. Absolutely nothing. When you add up all of the businesses they're in, the military. The little token social work here and there, the U.S. social service system is peanuts. It's nothing. Even the SNAP and EBT program, while good, it's just a subsidy for the USDA. They don't really fucking care. There's still, even with the SNAP program, you have 60 times more malnutrition deaths than Vietnam, which is 50 times poorer than you. How the fuck does it have 60 times more children and adults starving to death? Starving to death in the United States with central bank printed quantitative infinity JP Morgan Chase yacht payment vehicle. Every time you get to use a SNAP card, 1% of that goes to Jamie Dimon and mega banks on Wall Street. How the fuck do you have infinite money and you have 60 and a bunch of that is given to subsidize the big agriculture and all the farming, which is important to help people eat? How the fuck do you have 60 times more malnutrition deaths in the United States than in Vietnam? Well, I can tell you how, because America does zero poverty. America and capitalism have done negative $10 billion negative. America, capitalism, if you add it all up, it's billions of deaths. It's not even worth comparing it to the socialist or communist countries. Not even close. You add up all of the malnutrition, all the war, and everybody who's been impacted by the ongoing imperialism and the capitalist countries, it's billions of people dead. It's billions and billions and billions of people who have lived their entire life in extreme and abject poverty. And America is just putting its white middle-class men into where it put the rest of the world right now. That's what it's doing. But again, I know it's hard to imagine. And I legitimately accept the disbelief of Americans, Canadians, Britons, New Zealanders, and Australians, and Westerners, even those who are leftists. I understand their disbelief in parts of the world that have functioning governments. that are not perfect, but they do in collaboration with the people. And it's all important to remember, the people are the government, right? In a lot of these places. That's part of the secret, right? The people have but Westerners can't. Also, most of them, they have not been to these countries. They've never been to fucking Vietnam. They don't know. They don't have 1 out of every 9 people in their family in the party. You know, that's the thing that's often forgot. It is, in that sense, it is a giant mutual aid organization, right? It's like 1 out of every person. If you have 9 people, 1 person is in a lot of, not every country, but a lot of these countries that are achieved great things. The population, they debate in their family. They talk to each other. What do we want? We want a reduction in pollution. We want better environmental regulation. We need, we're getting better jobs. We want better jobs. We want less corporate extraction. And then they put that into the community, into the local regional discussions. That moves up, and stuff happens. Stuff fucking happens. I know it's like you're listening to this. You go like, "There's no way. I voted so many times. I've been in organizations. Nothing happens." I know it's like, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I didn't believe. First time I hear this, I'm like, I don't believe that shit. There's no way. It's just a bunch of corrupt officials, just like everywhere else. Just a bunch of corrupt officials taking bribes from the businesses, and they're all nepotistic. And there's no nepotism. There is, but then they also get a lot of stuff done. And even the Vietnamese will say, we have to root out the nepotism. We have to root it out. There's a lot of nepotism. We have to root it out. The corruption is not good, particularly when it comes in from external capitalist countries, right? But then, you know, it's not. The dominant structure is not imperial and extractive. The dominant culture, like there was somebody trying to price gouge electricity at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. There were stores that tried to price gouge selling hand sanitizer for $20, right, in the beginning of Vietnam. And then what happened? The government said, you won't do that. You will not do that. And then they took away business license. Imagine rich people paying a penalty. The billionaire hedge fund who are losing, oh my God, I lost $1 billion. You're not going to get regulated. There's no, that's the difference, right? If you fuck people over in Vietnam, you actually get punished, even if it doesn't matter how much money you have, right? Now, if Vietnam ever goes, you know what, we're gonna let the economy stay open to benefit the rich, then I will be okay. Well, Vietnam is dialectically changed conditions, and now they're in something else, right? But by the numbers, they actually have a government and people, by extension, that functions on the behalf of the people of their country, right? And so anyway, and I don't say this to stand these governments, but I do say this to encourage people. If you still hear this and you're like, I disbelieve all of this. I disbelieve all of this. I'm from the United States. I throw Molotov cocktails at cop cars, and I fight the police, and the police are terrible, and the government controls them, and I hate them all, and they all have to be blown up, and they all have to die, and they all have to burn it. And like, you know, if you're in the United States, the United States government is terrible. The United States police are abysmal. They are absolutely slave catchers, literally, and mass murderers. They commit more crimes than the average citizen. Of course, yes, true. Canada, UK, any colonial imperialist country, I mean, absolutely. You know, and you know, but there are other places than where you are from, and again, you do yourself a disservice by not. Maybe one day, not right now, you can't visit, but maybe one day try visiting, and then like when you come to Hawaii, don't go to Honolulu, don't go to that colonized ass Honolulu, where the police do murder Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders 6 times more per capita than white people. It is worse than. The difference between police murdering black people and white people on the mainland United States is worse in Hawaii. That's the secret. That's the dark secret. Right? That's absolutely true. Right? That's not the experience that I have here with the police. I bring this up. That's not the experience that I have here with the police. I watch the police. They literally come to our neighbor for a noise complaint, and I'm like expecting, oh my God, he's gonna die. I remember thinking the first time the police, there was like 3 cop cars show up, neighbors like screaming, and like he's having a mental health incident, he's like screaming and swearing and stuff. The police come, I'm like, oh my God, he's gonna get shot. He's a brown person, these are cops, it's America. You know, because I had to live here very long. I'm like, I'm used to American police, you know? And in Honolulu, that's what we got. You got LA style police. I'm like, oh my God, this brown guy's gonna get shot for. Cops show up, and I'm like, what the cops are more calm than him. They're like talking about, they don't, no weapon, no nothing. They look around and they talk to him. They say, please, sir, please, you gotta calm down. They even know who his name. They're like, hey, you know, Johnny, you gotta calm down, okay? You gotta just settle down. Here, take your medication. They're like mental health professionals. I was like, what the fuck is happening? It was like I literally didn't believe it. I'm like, this is not possible. This is not possible. They're supposed to just come and beat the shit out of him. That's what American cops do. That's what you get shot. That is what they would do. They just come shoot you, right? You see this on the news all the time. Or at best, they brutalize you, scream at you, pull a gun out. 15 times I've seen that. It's been like every other week or sometimes twice a week for months. Actually over a year. He's alive, and he actually says, I love you guys, thank you so much for taking care of me, as they kind of like tuck him in and they get, sometimes he even calls him on himself. It was like, what the fuck is happening? You know, but you know what, the difference is not because they're good or they're just like great people. The systems of power, economic, governmental, and military power, right, are interlocking, and the capacity for peoples and organizations to enforce whatever rules they deem necessary, right? And again, that's why I say the rules of the Hawaiian decolonized government are kuleana, aloha, pono. They're not enforced capital, right? Property crimes, number one, and slave catching. That's the way that most white countries and imperial countries, I would say basically virtually all, but especially the United States, that's how they enforce capital, they enforce whiteness. But when you, like, as an example, if you go to the Sioux or the Anishinabe's territory, the way that they enforce their own rules, right? You can call them laws or whatever. The way that they enforce their own rules, right? The Anishinaabe don't go around and blow each other away when somebody commits a property crime, right? I mean, I don't know exactly how they do, but I haven't studied this, so I don't want to say that. But from what I understand, that's not how they, and that's not how they enforce, right? Because that's not their culture. That's not the power structure. That's not what, you know, internally to their people. If you go to the Paraguayan indigenous people, to their own people, they don't come to your house and go, hey, you took some of my lithium, now I'm going to come blow you away. Because why? Because they're not imperialists, because they're not Western fucking... Their power structure and what governs their societies, right? What governs America is defending with violence and murder, defend capital, defend whiteness, and then mass incarcerate and create more capital by creating incarcerated black and brown people. That's the deep power structure that is the government of the United States, right? But there are other parts of the world that don't do that. And, you know, it's kind of like, you know, and it's like, you can call it whatever you want. You can call it, it was those weren't police. Those were the community Hawaiian enforcers. You can call them the community whatever. Somebody has to go and help and alleviate people's mental health conditions. Somebody has to go and deal when there's a car crash, right? Somebody has to go when people are going 90 miles an hour, you know, in a school zone. They don't pull you over most of the time, too. Even a big island, they don't pull you over. You can drive with no license, even, and no insurance. They don't even ask for insurance on the big island, like Vietnam, right? But you know, in Vietnam, the same thing. They have police, but they don't kill like fucking 1,000 innocent people a year and mass incarcerate millions. They don't have a prison industrial complex in Vietnam. They had 5 shootings in 2018. 3 of them were cops shooting other cops with rubber bullets. And one of them was a guy who actually went on a killing spree and was backed by the U.S. Empire, actually, but actually killed 3 innocent people before he was actually killed. So there was no innocent people that were killed. Definitely not over racial lines. There are ethnic minorities in Vietnam. They don't go around and kill all the Muslim minority or there's other minorities. They don't go around and kill them. There's 5 shootings, 100 million people, 5 shootings, 3 with rubber bullets, 1 death. After the person had already killed America, thousands of shootings and millions of people locked up every year. 1,000 documented shootings, many more. 7,000 people disappeared in one city alone, black people, and then forced to play Russian roulette. It's because why? It's because the structure of the people and the structure of the society, the way in which the collective societal values are enforced. Now, there's a variety of ways you can choose to carry these out, right? And part of it is the people that you can call them mental health workers, you can call them social workers, right? But this is the thing in America. It doesn't matter if you call them social worker. I can tell you, as a social worker, most of what social work is in America is stealing black people and indigenous people from their families, putting them in foster care where they get beaten, abused, sometimes murdered, and then used as hamsters for pharmaceutical companies to jack them full of antipsychotic, anti-bipolar, anti-ADHD drugs. There is no social work in the United States. It's only genocide. Even social, I hate to say this because I was a social worker. You can study to be a social worker, have fun, actually materially not helping people that out that much, and possibly actually committing genocide. Have fun as a community enforcement member. If you go to Wisconsin, Kenosha, and you have a community enforcement, you know what that looks like? You know what that looks like? It looks like informal white cops going around in Kyle Rittenhouse shooting all the black people. That's what community enforcement looks like. You can't, it doesn't matter what the fuck you call it. You call it cops, you can call it mental health, you call it social services, you can call it community re-education, and then you make that big and scary when you talk about countries that don't murder all their population with their cops. You can call it community rainbow, LGBTQ plus friendly, de-escalation trained, informal mutual aid and mutual aid corrective community. Your community is broken, motherfucker. Doesn't matter what you call it. You can defund all of America's police. You're gonna have $800 million worth of fucking murderous social workers with guns, because America is a broken imperialist ass culture, and this is a point I like to bring up because it is. I've experienced, and I've seen other social workers, and I hate to say it because I don't want to defame people that are social workers, but it doesn't ultimately. There are a lot of people who do good work, but then the system is not set up to materially, at the end of the day, actually do what the social worker is supposed to do. It doesn't do it. What it does, keep people in poverty. What it does, rip indigenous and people of color away from their cultures. What it does, steal. That's what it literally. Oh, this Hawaiian family, they don't have. Look at this environment. You get to do it in Neofeud. Remember in Neofeud? This building has reconstituted, melted down aluminum soda cans because that's all that they can afford. That is not safe housing. This sink does not have water coming out of it. That's your fault, not your landlord's fault, not the fact that you're poor. You are an unfit parent, indigenous person. You are an unfit parent. That's what a social worker does. You are an unfit parent, Hawaiian, Sioux, Lakota. You are unfit to raise children. We are taking your indigenous child and we're gonna give them to an abusive white family who will beat the shit out of that child. We're gonna rip the language, whatever they have. We're gonna beat the language out of them. We're gonna poison them because you are an unfit parent. That's what social work is in the United States. It's a genocide system. In Canada, ask Law Sue what Law Sue thinks of social workers. This is not a thing that you can fix with defunding the. You defund the police, great. The police are terrible in the United States and in Canada. That's not a solution. That's not a solution to. You're still an imperial fucking people. You don't have socialist people. You don't have anti-imperial people. You don't have people that aren't racist. You have the same fucking people with a community of fucking 76 million Trump voters going, okay, I'm the community enforcement, motherfucker. It's time to enforce the safety of my community. Informally, I don't even have to do a write-up. I'm just going to blow every motherfucking black person away. All right, that's the safety of my motherfucking community. Because that's who we are. We're the community enforcers of America. We're the Rainbow Coalition of Community Social Work Enforcers. It's called my militia and my fucking my friends. You know, hey, let's do some anarchy right now. You want to do some anarchy? I'm gonna do some anarchy in my backyard. You know, I'm gonna do some anarchy in the Capitol. I'm gonna do some anarchy right now. I'm gonna anarchistically. You don't tell me what to do. Who the fuck are you, white person? Who the fuck are you, random anarchist on the internet? There's no laws and no rules. That's what it means, right? That's what when you Google it, you type it in. That's what it means. I'm gonna do some community law enforcement in Mississippi. I'm gonna do me some community. I'm gonna do me some community law enforcement. I'm gonna enforce some black. I'm gonna fuse some criminals. I'm gonna community enforce some people with a. Let me see your skin shade. Is it darker than this soda can? Okay, I'm gonna enforce some community standards. You know, I'm gonna enforce some community standards with bullets. Anyways, American countries get the bad end of colonial propaganda machine. America is a hawkish country, and that has repeatedly gotten away with murder. I mean, anyways. Speaking of personal experience, it's hard to get better when roaches keep you from sleeping. Yeah. See, imagine, like, see, this is another, again, imagine not having to sleep with roaches. Imagine being disabled and then getting mental health care. Imagine universal health care, which everybody in that one big country that some of the countries I'm talking about. Imagining getting, your health, your mental health, and your housing needs met, and then not having roaches in your ear. Imagine that. That's the indigenous future. That's the indigenous future. That's the, and imagine whatever your problems are. Whatever your problem, there's not zero problems, but imagine the problems that are related to lack of money. Imagine anything that can be solved because you don't have money in a capitalist society, right? In an imperial society, or in a racist society. Like, oh my God, I can't get any jobs. I keep getting discriminated against. People are like just touching my hair. They're telling me about my dreadlock is unprofessional. Imagine any of the racist, capitalist, anti-LGBTQ, anti-disabled problems in your society. Just imagine all of those gone, right? That's an indigenous future. That's the land back. That's the land back. Like Lost Sue, I talked about this in a lot of streams. That's the indigenous future, right? Doesn't that sound better than, how much do you love the Star Spangled Banner? How much do you love that flag? Really, what is the difference? You know what the difference is? The Big Island, honestly, there's not that many difference in terms of day-to-day life. There are a lot of difference, but, you still wake up, you still drink water from a faucet, right? Electricity comes on, people go to work. They don't go to work as much. People go to work, they pave roads, right? They write reports, they do college essays, kids go to school. We homeschool, we teach them Hawaiian, a little bit more Hawaiian than we don't just teach fake American history. But come on, did you like your American history class where you learn about, Thomas Jefferson, great ethical leader of the free world, wrote the Constitution and continually gets cited by libertarians and also liberals and conservatives as a signifier of great democracy and freedom, as opposed to being the history class wasn't that good, was it? Right? You got to learn, 26 years later, in the middle of some black person's Twitter thread in the Black Lives Matter after George Floyd getting his neck knelt on for 8 minutes 46 seconds. You got to learn 26 years later, holy shit, Thomas Jefferson had 260 slaves. Oh my God, he was a rapist and a pedophile, and he raped 14-year-old black girls and said that they were counted as animals. Is that bestiality? Why was I lied to for so long, right? Really? So when you get land back, you won't learn lies. How about that? How about not having to learn lies in history class for your children, right? How about like being denied think of all the things you wish you knew about socialism when you were 14 or 11 or 10 or 5, like what we're teaching our children about socialism, about imperialism. Right now, I just told my daughter, unfortunately, when people hoard too much and they don't share, unfortunately, the United States is governed by a lot of people who say a lot, who try to sell off very nice parts of Hawaii as Hawaiian Paradise Park Tiki Gardens, lie about it, underbuild it, sell it to rich people on the mainland, who come in, buy it, and then they feel ripped off. And because she was asking, how come our house is so nice, and then this other area that white people were trying to turn into a resort to sell to Californians and New Yorkers, ripping them off, right? Why is this place so not nice? Why are the roads all gravel? Why are there weeds and giant trees growing? Why are the houses all falling apart? And I said, well, you see, in America, lying to people, it's a word called fraud. You gotta remember this word. It's what governs all of the United States. It's a fraudtocracy. Kind of like the SEC pretending to regulate hedge funds and insider trading. Telling someone that you're giving them a nice house or a car or a apple, right? And if you went to a store and you bought an apple, and you went to your auntie, you said, or somebody that was selling apple, they said, this is a great apple, it's not rotten, it's amazing, and you give them 50 cents in the apple for the apple, and then you look in the apple and it's got worms and it's all rotten. How would that make you feel? You feel, oh, that would make me feel terrible. That would feel so like I was lied to, and I don't want to. This is. I feel like I didn't get what I was supposed to get. I feel like they were mean to me, right? And like, yes, now the person that sold you that apple, they made 50 cents with rotten apple that they might have stole from someone else, right? That's what Hawaii is. It's a stolen land, and then they sold off a rotten house to somebody with $100,000 in California who wanted a piece of paradise. And if they call it Hawaiian Paradise Park, Hawaiians don't call the fucking areas Hawaiian Paradise Park. That's like you can tell it's a scam. Don't buy anything. A, fucking don't buy anything in Hawaii, fucking white colonizer. B, definitely if you're gonna come here and you're gonna do some land back, don't buy from fucking Hawaiian Paradise Park, Tiki Gardens, Hawaiian beaches, Hawaiian acres, luxury paradise, green acres of Hawaiian bird of paradise park. Like fucking how white 51st dates, blue Hawaii 5-0 bullshit name can you get? Anyway, they sell these rotten ass houses. Oh shit. They sell broken rotten ass houses to rich white people on the mainland. White people sell them to, they buy up big spill land. They're guessing that the New Yorker or the Greenwich, Connecticut or Californian or the Michigander is not gonna come and look at it. They're just gonna buy it because it looks good because America's full of fucking suckers. But anyway, this is what governs America. 9-year-old. You have to understand this. They will lie, cheat, steal, and sell you things and tell you that things are great and lie about them. That's also how they start their wars. You have to understand that early on. You cannot trust anything that the Western media says. So anyway, I never got that lesson early on. I went through 26 years of my life believing what I was taught in school, which are lies to sell a rotten apple, a rotten big apple of New York City, a rotten apple pie of the American dream, the rotten apple that is the entire United States, decrepit, unlivable shithole, right? America sells its children for K to 12 and then sometimes freshman to PhD. 24 years, 18 to 28 years, or 30 if you're a doctor peddling opioids as a drug dealer for a living. 18 to 30 years of lie, of rotten apples, of a dead American dream. That's what it sells. Right? And it tells you this is full of opportunity, temporary embarrassment, millionairedom. And so learning that lesson at the age of 5, before you are going to Los Angeles and living in a tent city, having to discover socialism, leftism, and anti-imperialism at the age of 30, how much better off would you be now? Right? Think of an entire generation from the 90s to the noughties to the teens who are all becoming leftists way too late. Imagine how better off you would be if your entire school education, you had built into it actual truth about the world, actual, and not learning Thomas Jefferson and the Civil War, slavery was solved, and then 1960s there was a civil rights movement, and Martin Luther King brought freedom, and racial freedom rang across the land from amber waves of grain to purple mountains majesties. Never mind the fact that we stole the 6 grandfathers and turned it into the 5 white dead war criminals. Think of all the bullshit you learned for 12 years of your life, and then another 8, and then all the news you had to watch, and then everything else you've had to do. How much of that, how much of your life, how much, what kind of actually activated socialist, mass unionization, you think, how big is your IW rate right now? How big do you think it would be if the entire country had that kind of education, right? That's land back. That's what we have the capacity to do. It's not that different. We just don't teach bullshit in our education system. Unlike the United States, unlike Canada, which has K to 12, trillions of dollars of bullshit-tocracy, bullshit in your brain. Imagine if you had a functioning actual education system that taught these things, right? Where would you, not going over there standing some Wall Street bets to try to take down at the last second hedge funds. You got stage 4 cancer. Imagine starting out not eating uranium, right? Imagine like not eating mental uranium every day of your life and then going, how do we undo metastasized leukemia? I got more tumor than I have feet. I look like Elephant Man all over my body. I know. Let's Wall Street bets. Let's cut off one tumor. Imagine if you started from a clean, healthy body slate and then kept out the cancer with regular checks that you could afford, because you can pay a sliding scale if you don't make enough money to afford $200,000 worth of chemo. You just fucking get it, because that's what actual indigenous people, and that's what land back actually is. And I mean that metaphorically and literally. Actually, imagine actually having healthcare. American, you don't have healthcare. You have universal death care with wealth extraction characteristics. You have a scheme to take 120 million remaining homeowners and suck all those houses and 401ks away. That's what you have. You have, and then, oh, we'll bet on Wall Street bets. No, that's like betting on one tumor in your fucking knee to fight the tumor in your elbow. No. But imagine a society where 330 million Americans were fully educated in history, in economics, in all the lies told about America. That's land back. There would already have been a revolution. There would already be an 85% participation rate general strike across the United States from sea to shining motherfucking sea of ports, seaports, starports, well, not starports, airports, yet, malls, butchers, bakers, candlestick makers, Amazon, tech, law, nurse, everybody would have education in this. They would have been, why the fuck are we standing for this? Capitalism, this racism, this abuse, and these lies. Why don't we fucking You would have already had it done. That's an indigenous future. That's land back. So that's the difference. In the Big Island of Hawaii, you learn these things. In a Hawaiian immersion school, you learn actual history. You learn actual economics. From age 5, not like trying to undo the cancer in your brain by age 32. Oh shit, I'm dying. Let me be revolutionary, limping around, trying to have the last spoon as I show for Coca-Cola. And then you're dead. You're in the fucking ghetto. You gotta, you have no there. You have no base. You're like it's like trying to grow a seed in the middle of a 16-lane highway with tar and burning hot asphalt on it. You're not gonna grow shit. You're gonna have a seed struggling to not get crushed by 18-wheelers. You got to grow that in fertile soil. It's called indigenous future. It's called indigenous present. That's where you can grow it. It doesn't grow in America. That's the difference. That's the difference in indigenous society. Is you learn actual history, right? You learn actual history. Now you wake up. You put your socks on. You turn on the internet that you can afford, because guess what? You don't take 60, 70, 80% of your entire income and spend it on housing and healthcare, and now you got no money for discretionary spending, and you got to let the internet go out. So you can in an indigenous future, in an indigenous present, you turn on your computer that works. It's not brand new, but I mean it functions well enough. You can check your email like anybody else. You do coding. You work for 2 hours a day. You go out with your children or your family or whoever, your friends or comrades. You go harvest some kalo. You go take a walk. You talk to people after working 2-3 hours a day, because we don't have useless busy work, bullshit jobs like David Graeber and the first 5,000 years. You don't work bullshit jobs. Imagine that. Just imagine that, right? Isn't that a big enough selling point to take your Star Spangled Banner and say, what the fuck am I still saluting this motherfucker for? When I could be working 3 hours a day, right? Working 3 hours a day and actually living a livable life, like the Walmart friends that I have. The people even working at Walmart. That's not even one of the best jobs. But we can work at Walmart and you're 20 years old, you can have a house. I'm talking about you want specifics? $464 a month would be if we were to try to qualify. Just even if we wanted to get a loan, but we didn't do that. $464 a month for 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and an unattached 20 by 25 by 20 foot studio next to a 200,000 person town, high-speed internet, university, low COVID, next to the 1 mile from the beach. That's the material condition of the Big Island. So you wake up, you do your email, you read science fiction books by Native Hawaiians, by indigenous people. You play some Doom, or you don't want to play Doom, you play Stardew Valley, you play Among Us, you go do your Twitch stream, just like anyone else. And this is the indigenous present. It's not that different, actually. Not that different. You hurt yourself, you go get healthcare, you don't worry about it. I think that's a big enough selling point already to be like, what the fuck am I saluting the Star-Spangled motherfucking racist symbol and imperialism symbol for? Fuck this fucking Star-Spangled rag. Right? Just going to the hospital and not worrying about your bills. How about that? Does that sound like a good deal, American? Oh, if that's not enough, okay, so you wake up, if you are hurt, you go to the hospital. You got contact testing and tracing, very low COVID-19, everybody wearing masks. The government enforcing masks, and the people collectively following the mask
mandate before there was a mandate, because guess what? The people care about each other, and also the people aren't racist, and the people of the Big Island of Hawaii listen to Vietnam and their pandemic specialists. How is just that alone, right? Imagine waking up in your town in white, racist, stupid ass America or Canada or Britain and not having half or a third or 2/3 of your population going, fuck this mask, I want my freedom. Even the so-called smart people. I got family members who are like, holy shit, you're like progressive left-leaning and you're still not wearing a mask? Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with your society? Holy fuck. Imagine everybody wearing masks in March of 2020 and it not being a big deal, because you're used to listening to Asian and East Asian countries' advice and looking into what they do and respecting them as human beings. Imagine a society that actually respects Asians, doesn't like watch some Asians in their kung fu movie and then actually is super racist against them consciously and subconsciously. If you're Asian, if you're an Asian American, doesn't that sound better than whatever the shithole you're living in the United States? And even if you're not Asian American, doesn't that sound better than whatever your star-spangled rag is fucking giving to you right now? Imagine, okay, so now you get sick. Okay, so now you're hungry. You're like, what am I gonna eat? Well, you have food growing in your front yard. You have avocados growing on a tree. You have mangoes. You got chickens. We got comrade chicken running around. You really want to eat some chicken? You can have some organically grass-fed, artisanally indigenous grown, but we don't need to put all kind of qualifiers to sell upscale hipster craft brewery beer drinking chicken in a restaurant. We don't need to give the whole entire lifespan of the chicken. But the chicken is there if you want. There's eggs laying the chicken. If not, everybody gives you food for free. If you're hungry, they just give you food. I mean, you ask any neighbor to give you fucking food. If you're homeless, everybody will put you up, but you probably won't be. You have to try really hard to be homeless. You gotta be really like a really like obnoxious white person that's on a lot of drugs and really broken to. It's really hard to be homeless. I'm honest. I'm like fucking like. The people that are homeless are people that like really want to be on the beach for whatever reason. There's not really homeless people. So if you don't have a house, you're gonna get a place. If you don't have food, you're gonna get food. You just ask. When we were in threat of being homeless, somebody called me up and said, 3 different people said, hey, we'll put you up in this place temporarily while we fix your car for free. And then another family called up and said, hey, you know what? We got a long-term, medium-term free housing arrangement for you. And we have 3 other offers for housing, like that. You have to try really hard. I didn't know anybody on this fucking Big Island. Okay? Because you know why? Because cops don't evict people. Let me say, this is so hard to imply, but cops do not evict people. The police of the county of the Big Island of Hawaii do not evict people. They will not. This is literally this is like a collective resistance of the Hawaiian people against the U.S. empire and its capitalist enforcement, because the state and the federal government are investigating, and there's an ongoing internal investigation as to why there have been no evictions. But the real reason is because that is the structure, because it's a Hawaiian indigenous governance, and moving people out of their houses for the benefit of rich capitalists and landlords and banks is not a value of the Hawaiians. And then the arms of enforcement of the values of the people that are codified in government laws, which are not all followed. The values are enforced collectively by the people here because we actually have control, right? So that's why nobody has been evicted, which is why we live for free for 2 years in a 3-bedroom house. Not a perfect, brand new, beautiful house, but we live for 0 rent for 3 years in a 3-bedroom house with electricity, with a carport, with high-speed internet, everything you can imagine, on an acre of land within 15 minutes of a 200,000 person city with a university and everything. It's like ridiculous when you think about it, but that's called native Hawaiian indigenous values living out in an indigenous future. Any one of these things, I feel like I'm overselling it now, but I feel like I have to, because I know most people, the internal colonizer in your head in the racism is gonna come out and go like, Silver Spook is making shit up. But you look up every single thing I said, that's fine. You should. Don't look it up on Reuters or the New York Times though. how's it going? Anyway, I've been talking a long time. It's almost 3. Okay, I gotta get off soon. So, you know, and the Big Island of Hawaii is not the only place where this happens. Like I said, Vietnam has their own method of ensuring housing. You know what their method is? Guarantee every single person, man, women, and non-binary person. And guess what? If somebody asked about LGBTQ rights in Vietnam, I just heard in Vietnam for 5 years, at least for 5 years, you can change male to female for no cost. You can change all your IDs. You can. So, I mean, compared to Britain, which is all turf as shit, and America, which is defunding everybody's healthcare, but especially LGBTQ healthcare, in Vietnam, you can change genders on the license plate, no problem. On your IDs, your government IDs. Anyways, so Little Bush, that happens to me all the time in Luna I stream. So. Yeah, I know Ludlow Vert is a mod in EJ and in Luna stream. So, anyways, but you know, so I could keep going on this, but it's these are and so these are material realities. If you can go look up the real estate prices, you can look up. But one more thing on Vietnam. So in Vietnam, the way that they maintain. So again, their government, law enforcement, cultural, and interpersonal way that they maintain the collective value of the society, which is laws are the West focuses too much on paper because it is a paper empire, right? Particularly capitalism, because contract law is the core crux of a lot of capitalism, and which stems from the feudal era and entitlements, right? But there's too much focus on what's the law, what's the position, who's the cop, who's not the cop, who's the governor, who broken this and that, who's suing who, what is the legal code for this and that. That is part of the trap of the imperial, right? Oh, in Hawaii, like Luna says, like if the law is not just, and the people feel this is not a just rule that enforces what we think, like I don't know, eviction for like unnecessary reasons, people just won't follow laws. Like, oh, this traffic law is unjust. Why there should not be this sign shouldn't be there. This shouldn't that. People, if there's an unjust law, the masses of the people of Vietnam, they just don't follow the law, right? Now, of course, if you don't follow laws and it really is damaging to society, then because again, it's not like a 1-to-1 thing where it's like this is illegal so nobody does it. Of course not. Even in America, that's not true. Insider trading and fraud is illegal, but that is literally the entirety of the United States society is committing financial crime. So there are laws that you can break all day fucking long. Every senator and congressperson has committed 50 trillion laws violations, right? Every cop is breaking more laws than they're enforcing every single second of the day, right? So laws are always broken. It's just who is breaking the officially codified formal laws for whose benefit, right? The police are breaking the laws of the ostensible laws of the United States for the benefit of white supremacy, capitalism, and enforcing the richest mass impoverishment of the people, disempowerment, right? The financial elite Wall Street are breaking the law all the time, insider trading, defrauding their customers, putting trillions of dollars of explosive, toxic mortgages and products into people's pension funds and your municipal, and just defrauding the entire society, the 99% all the time, right? They're breaking laws, but if you bring this up, right, nobody enforces it, right? So it's a dynamic interplay between the people now. But in Hawaii, right? Just as one more example of how the law is enforced, there was a candidate for the Big Island mayor who showed up out of nowhere, who was Native Hawaiian, but had a bunch of like dark. It was like there's money coming from somewhere, and he was saying things that were like, we need to modernize Hawaiian economic development. We need more lax development laws. We need more investment in bringing in foreign corporations. And he was saying a lot of things. Like it was obviously like a Hawaiian guy who had a Hawaiian face with like white rich money behind him. It was like American money behind him, like big like millionaires and potentially billionaires. Who knows, right? He was saying all these things. He had a TV station pop up out of nowhere. He had like YouTube ads wall to wall. He had like millions of dollars of YouTube ads. This is crazy. But he also had a Hawaiian face, like an Obama basically, right? It's like a Hawaiian Obama. This guy like eventually, like people didn't believe because he was saying things that were like, this doesn't sound good, this doesn't sound right, this sounds very disingenuous. Because guess what? The Hawaiians educate their own children the history of colonialism, the history of fraudulent, lying colonizers tricking you into signing away all of your Hawaiian land. For example, in the Makahiki. For example, in tricking people into signing the paperwork for their houses, tricking people into buying X and Y and Z. Tricking their own people into rotten houses, right? And this person was raided by I think it was the FBI, but not too much. There wasn't too much. It was people that were from the Big Island. And there's a joke, like I think the FBI might have stand as from Big Island. There was an actual raid of the entire TV station. They went through all of his this candidates, and he had a TV, again, an entire TV station came out of nowhere. Millions of dollars worth of building, office space to start a brand new TV station right before the election, right? That's suspicious, right? And it was FBI, but some people joke maybe it's from Big Island. It's unclear, right? I mean, who the hell knows, right? Maybe it was FBI, but Native Hawaiians, again, we're overrepresented here in the U.S. military for a variety of reasons. On the Big Island, it's like 15% of them are twice the rate of U.S. military veterans who have military training, but also understand now what and part of it is they're from other islands, and now they're on the Big Island, and they're like, I am, again, anti-imperialist because I went to Vietnam, I went to Iraq, and a lot of those people also have connections all over the place, right? But anyway, the person who was, now there was a Hawaiian candidate, and there's another candidate who was also from Hawaii. He's less good, but he was more like he was more of a white colonizer sort of, but he was at least from Big Island, and he was a known quantity, right? And then there's another Native Hawaiian candidate that ran for mayor, right, in the election. And he was well known. He like actually helped alleviate in the volcanic eruption of 2018, was it 18? And the displacement of thousands of people were displaced, and he helped with that. He's been a member of the community, like actually building houses for people, giving away his resources, like, which is what you do in as a Hawaiian. That's how you become a part of the community. You don't hoard anything. We don't hoard anything. You give everything away. That's what he did, and Hawaiians were behind him for mayor. Now he didn't win that one. That's okay. But the person who showed up like a obvious, like, this is not obvious, but it was so suspicious. This guy is like he's talking in like American Los Angeles, Honolulu speak, right? We have to modernize the economy. We have to bring in foreign corporations. We have to increase the competitiveness of the Hawaiian economy. We have to have more lax labor laws. We have to loosen the regulations to increase collective economic efficiency. And it was clear this guy had mountains of money behind him. That was the person that was investigated, right? Actually got shut down, right? As opposed to the United States, right? Which obviously Donald Trump was investigated, but I mean Biden and all of Wall Street, all officials in the United States government are all ultra broken and corrupt. But nobody who pulls the party line for the United States empire, Biden, Kamala, Hillary, even a lot of the Republicans, right? As long as they don't go full fuck all, as long as Donald Trump went, I don't have solidarity even with the other millionaire, billionaire, and the imperial. I'm all for me, right? That's why he got investigated. That's why Weinstein, he was a big problem for the rest of the billionaire. As long as you have solidarity with the empire, no, you will never be touched by a actually won court case. You will never pass. The Sacklers killed 700,000 Americans. They're the leading cause of death after cancer, heart disease, stroke, like I bring up often. The opioid giant corporate executives are one of the leading. They killed so many people. They still have $10 billion. Even the hedge fund managers that are taking all these hits right now, they're not going to lose anything. They're not going to. They've all defrauded every single person in the United States. Each hedge fund manager has participated in ongoing fraud for their entire duration of being at Wall Street. That's what it is, right? None of those people, none of the heads of the giant banks and giant corporations and the military industrial complex, certainly not, will ever see a single ounce of actual enforcement. But one person is just trying to push capitalism a little bit, just pushing some imperialism and capitalism into where we are. That's the person that gets like completely raided and like obliterated, and it's unclear like who exactly that was. But again, like I said, there is the official law enforcement, right, the police, and then there's the unofficial informal society, right? Like in Vietnam, there's the laws that you're supposed to follow, and there's how things actually work, which is that if the law is unjust, we ain't gonna follow it. And if people don't like something, masses of people will stand up. They have strikes. They have strikes every more than one a day all over the country. If people don't like something, they're not going to do it because why? Because the people are class conscious, imperialism conscious. They are politically activated with each other in their communities, right? They understand their situation. They have deep 1,000-year culture also of indigenous Vietnamese values of of harmony with nature, harmony with each other, and they just don't stand. They don't stand for this, and not perfectly, right? But that's part of how it works. It's not like, okay, well, even if America tried to roll out police to enforce its mask mandates and its social distancing, which America is catastrophically, and Canada catastrophically continuing to fail at, the police of the United States will not arrest white people at a high enough scale, because the police of the United States of America do not care about the health of the United States of America. The police are there to enforce white supremacy and capitalism, and a lot of white supremacy says fuck COVID-19 mandates, my freedom. And so there is no, I mean, it's so sad. I don't want to, I hope I'm wrong, but it would seem to me that there is no possibility of the United States ever containing COVID-19 as long as the masses, and I don't see any change in this, as long as the masses of its people, particularly its 76% white people, refuse to believe in mask-wearing, in basic science and pandemics, it's because the cops enforce white supremacy, the cops enforce capital, and capital ultimately does not give a shit if Americans die. Capital does not, it's more important that the economy stays open for the next 5 minutes. Short-term capital, they don't care about next year, they don't care about next quarter, they care about my bonus. If Neiman Marcus can make $1 million, $50 million this quarter, and then the economy blows up next quarter, I don't fucking care. That's how Wall Street works, okay? It's called the moral hazard. It's called short-term gains over long-term pains for everybody. Short-term gain for me, long-term pain for the society. America's capital and white supremacy will, I hate this, I don't want to say permanently, but it seems permanently prevented from dealing with this, because its law enforcement is for capital, is for defending property, evictions, stopping people from stealing from stores, right? Defending the walls of the gated communities of the rich and the white. It's for white supremacy, murdering black people and imprisoning them. And as long as the masses of the white and the rich don't care, the white supremacists and the QAnon folks don't give a fuck and don't believe in the mask mandate and my freedoms over my entire economy and health of people collapsing, and capital doesn't give a shit about the American people actually, and give you $2,000 to stay home like Biden, we're gonna follow science and solve the pandemic, unlike Donald Trump, right? That's the Biden administration. We're the competent administration, right? Science says give everybody $2,000 to $4,000 a month to stay home for the duration of the pandemic, so they don't have to go to work and spread it. And then Biden's like, oh, give poor people and give the poors and the middle class money. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no way to. Did I say a science? Was I gonna follow a science? Science is wrong. Science is. There's no way to deal with the pandemic. That's the new Biden thing. There's no way to deal with it. So Biden isn't listening to science either, right? Because the science, for Donald Trump, the science goes against Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is just gangsta. Everything for me, fuck plutocracy and billionaire solidarity, right? But Biden is solidarity with the empire, and so Biden is the science says, hurt my billionaire and military puppet masters. Science is wrong. So America I said this before. America cannot deal, even with the Biden administration, it cannot deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. It may be a bit better, because Biden is not going to go out and say don't wear masks or it's all a hoax necessarily, right? Now he is xenophobic. He does spread all this racism. He's still, not in the same degree, but he's also not going to deal with this pandemic either. Actually, not really. The rollout has been catastrophic. Yeah, Thrashing Mad says it's illegal to murder people and steal their shit, but that's a law the U.S. doesn't seem keen on having enforced. Yeah, murdering poor people and black people and middle class people is, again, what does it matter if they get murdered, right? What does it matter, right? If a poor person gets murdered, you murder a prostitute, and it's such a trope in movies, right? People who have fallen in society, sex worker, person of color, poor person, middle class sex worker, middle class person of color gets murdered. Nobody gives a shit. Because was whiteness harmed? No. Actually, if you murder a person of color, it enforces whiteness because it terrorizes the people of color. They go, oh my God, we gotta watch out because we could get murdered. But let's keep our heads down, right? That's how fascism works. That's America's a fascist country. So of course, murdering a person of color is the policy of the United States. That's why they go around and kill 3 million Muslims in the Middle East, right? Murder the people of color, right? And then take all their stuff, right? And enslave them if you can. So it's ostensibly a law, but it's not. No, the real law of the United States is whatever capital wants, whatever maintains white supremacy. That's the laws of the United States. That's the real law. That's the only law of the United States. Everything else is just window dressing. It's people with 8-year degrees masquerading as it's legal. It's law theater. People standing up and sitting down in courtrooms with grand juries giving Judge Judy daytime soap dramas. That's what fucking legal system is in the United States. There's no legal system in the United States. There's rule of law free barbarian shithole. That's the only law in the United States. You know, it will be interesting if the United States had laws. You know, like one day if there was a United States with laws. But I think the United States will collapse before it ever has like a law. You know, that like actually functions. I think they'll probably just collapse first. We'll give you some nice things if capitalism is okay. Yeah, like you can see that. You can see it in real time, right? You see it in real time. Oh my goodness. The billionaires lost some money. Let's give you Oh no, but you can't have $600, right? I mean, like, oh my goodness, Wall Street losing some money. Let's literally like ban just traders. I mean, I don't even stand these fucking traders, you know, on the hedge funds versus GameStop and all this crap. But you can see it in action. You can see it there. You can see it in Black Lives Matter. You can see it in, you know, when you really look at it, it's like, you know, you have to really put your head in CNN, MSNBC, Fox, and mainstream media world, Reuters and New York Times and Associated Press. You really have to shove your head into bourgeois academia, liberal circles, their books, their movies, their television shows where cops go around solving crimes as opposed to committing them in NYPD Blue, in LAPD, in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Oh, look, a black, Jewish, gay, and women cops, they're all solving crimes every day as opposed to committing more crimes than they solve, which is the reality by the statistics. You really have to shove your head, not up your butt, you just have to like be in mainstream American media and education system, which is where most people are, to live in this lie that America really enforces laws. I mean, like across the board, equally, as ostensibly blind lady justice and lady liberty. All this is all nonsense. This is all nonsensical. Anyways, okay, it's late now, so we gotta get off. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I've been going on for a long time. I will be back. Not that long because I gotta stream tomorrow too. So I'm gonna be back probably tomorrow. Again, 4:30 p.m. on streaming with the Indigenous folks at Black Indigenous and People of Color Futurists. So don't forget to watch that. It's at let me get that where it is. Yeah, Indigenous Futures with Indigenous people from so-called Canada. This is we don't have a Wakanda residents. We don't have we don't have the Black Panther maker. This is I'm an Indigenous Native Hawaiian. You have Indigenous Paraguayan. You have Indigenous people from New Zealand, also known as Aotearoa, and yeah, from all across the world, and also an African will be joining us, or African living in the UK will be joining us for this panel. So do check it out. Megan Byrne, follow all these people at Megan Byrne, at Babby Goth, at Dread Conquest, and at SVBXR. And then join us tomorrow on Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern on Twitch. That's on Twitch, not on this one. Anyways, okay. Neofeud is currently on sale. It is a cyberpunk adventure game that is a dystopian cyberpunk adventure game in the vein of Blade Runner with an overlay of Game of Thrones like political intrigue and 1366. Anyways, it's a game that I created as the writer, artist, musician, programmer, as an indigenous person. It is a cyberpunk game about anti-imperialism, about anti-capitalism, and about anti-racism. Everything that Black Lives Matter deals with, and it's also a kind of satirical take on Blade Runner, Ghost in the Shell, like Taika Waititi directing a point-and-click adventure game that's based on all of cyberpunk genre, but also has a lot of very serious aspects to it as well. And my experiences as a social worker and STEM teacher for the poor and impoverished people of the colonized parts of Hawaii, that is Honolulu, Hawaii. I was a social worker and STEM teacher there. And if that sounds interesting, do check it out on Steam, where it's on sale right now. It's $4.49. It's for less than the price of a cup of a cinnamon chai dolce latte. You can get your own very own indigenous, artisanally made. I mean, literally. I'm a one-person developer basically. Indigenous made cyberpunk adventure game about why capitalism sucks. And other terrible ideologies. So you can also leave a short review if you so feel like it, because it really does help us out a lot if you leave even a short review for Neofeud. Like, I like this game a lot. It really was enjoyable, because that helps to increase the likelihood that the algorithm, the all-powerful algorithm, will show this game when people are browsing on their Steam page, and they're more like this. It really does help. Neofeud is apparently like Disco Elysium, but more cyberpunk and better social commentary and less frustrating. That was a comment from somebody in a Twitch stream. So if you like Disco Elysium, do check out Neofeud. I didn't thank Marks and Angles at the Game Awards 2019, but we can't all be at the Game Awards every year. Unlike Disco Elysium's creators, who did do that. You can also find Neofeud on itch.io for Windows, Mac, and Linux. It is a game that is DRM free if you buy it there. It's also a game that you can support us with on Patreon at patreon.com/Neofeud. You can also follow at SilverSpook Games at Octodon.social. If you on Mastodon, which is a decentralized, federated social media platform that is not controlled by a capitalist mega corporation, which is what Twitter is. It's a giant capitalist corporation that does the bidding of the empire, literally deletes indigenous people's tweets about their pipelines being shoved through the land, despite whatever Biden says about canceling the Keystone XL. The pipelines are not all canceled. The fossil fuel and fracking are still being worked with. And you can support us. And you can follow a lot of indigenous people's words. Also, Breonna Taylor got 3,000 accounts were deleted for saying Breonna Taylor's name on Twitter. We can't forget that. And constantly, anti-war, anti-imperialist, indigenous, and black, and anti-colonial information is removed actively, and accounts deleted actively from Twitter and all Western capitalist controlled social media all the time. Mastodon is not centralized, so it doesn't have even the capacity to do that, because of the way it's like peer-to-peer social media basically. So it has problems, but it doesn't have that specific problem. It doesn't have the reach of Twitter though, so that's why we're still on Twitter. Until I hope one day Mastodon has a bigger reach. I hope there are more Mastodon users than there are Twitter users, right? Or something better than Mastodon. Like, who knows? Indigenous made Mastodon or something. Who the heck knows? Well, actually, there is an indigenous made social media entity. Oh, I'm sorry. We can't talk about it though. Otherwise, the stream gets demonetized and banned. I forgot. That's right. We can't talk about them. Anyways, at SilverSpook Guy is my Twitter though. If you want to follow that, you can also follow at SilverSpook Games. Oop. At SilverSpook Games is on sale. I can't believe this. Well, anyways, so yeah, Neofeud is on sale right now. So if you want to help me out, you can also share it to your friends who might be interested in a cyberpunk adventure game. Do tell them that Neofeud is on sale. It's 70% off. That does help. If you already got it or you don't have any money to buy it, it really does help. And at SilverSpook Games is mostly like game-related things about Neofeud 2, Neofeud 1, and other things that I'm working on here. So yeah, you can follow that one. You can also follow Terminus C, which is a low-poly cyberpunk immersive sim in the vein of late 90s PC games like Deus Ex 1 and System Shock 2. It's the game that I'm currently I'm like the game design / content designer, like head writer, basically, for this game. It is set to come out sometime in the near future. So February or March is currently the release window we're looking at. Not guaranteed, but I mean, I'm not. It's me and about 5 other folks that are working on this. Also, the producer is also African American, Aaron Victoria. So it's Indigenous and Black people, not exclusively, but it is Indigenous directed and Black produced. So it is a. I just thought of that. I didn't really think about it, but that is what it is. Terminus Cyberstar is a cyberpunk game that's kind of like in the vein of things like Deus Ex, but lower poly. We don't have enough much money. Less buggy though. As far as I understand, it has less bugs than Cyberpunk 2077, which I know is like not the hardest thing in the world, but it is a game that is also politically relevant, not shying away from politics. Unlike what Cyberpunk 2077 has said, we don't do politics. We don't care about Black Lives Matter. We literally said that on their account. We're not gonna have any messages that are political, and also we're not a transphobic company, and all this other garbage which CP 2077 said. Also, we're not a capitalist billionaire corporation that's paying the yacht payments of 2 chief executive officers of CD Projekt Red. As far as I know, Aaron doesn't have yacht payments that he's making off of Terminus Cyberstar. Well, it's not even out yet, but you know that's not how we function. Anyways, you can check that out if you feel like it. Also, follow the Terminus Cyberstar Discord and the Silver Spook Games Discord. And I see Alana Montero is in the chat, so I gotta thank all the Patreon patrons, including Alana Montero, Dave, James Wheaton, Migzilla, Mr. Brewer, Belinda Antieto, Kiara Capybara, Christian T, Industrial Robot, Johnny C, Alana Montero, like I said, Sean Conlan, Danny Carroll, Eric Wright, Jared Morgan, Swampcraft, The Reaver, Talatad Hill, Right 55, Matthew Stone, Alexander Gray, Gabriel House, Alfonso De Lazar, Combo Breaker, Lark, Muriel, Skylar Smith, Tim, Kabuter, Zix, Raph, Tiny Earl, Control.org, Extremely Online, Left, Ted, and Shirlington, Beast Coat. Thanks a lot, folks. Sorry if I slightly mispronounced your name because I was trying to get it done. But I work for Micro Machines advertisement agencies in the 80s. That's how I learned to do that. Anyways, I'm just kidding. I didn't do that. Anyways, yeah, Sunday, February. Is it February 1st? Wait. February 1st? Wait, what? Isn't tomorrow January 31st? Okay. Anyways, thanks a lot, everybody, for tuning in. Until next time, keep mirror chase policy, be excellent to each other, and yeah, help push for the Indigenous future, and let's hope for the end of the collapse of the giant, crappy empires. All right. Oh, what am I doing?